Welcome back, everyone, to the land of Sundered Crowns, the streets on the northern suburbs of Perona, where the group has just defeated a band of enemies who assaulted you, claiming that they were here to take Tristan from among you, naming him as a thief and making claims that he had stolen a measure of power or something of importance from the Order of the Argent Shield. The group rejected these allegations and handily defeated this band of interlopers. As the dust from the fight settles, there's no sign of civilians or the normal bustle of market streets around you. Many of the people seeming to have fled with the outbreak of fighting in their midst. You can, in the distance, still hear the hubbub of town life continuing on around you. But for now, this portion of the streets at least seems deserted. Even the buildings around you, shut and closed. No sign of activity, as any that are within them seem more than content to stay there until they are certain that whatever has just transpired in the streets is complete. So you had already taken a number of items from Weaver as he had introduced himself. Is there anything else that you wish to do with the scene as it stands now?
What were the items we took from Weaver? I just want to make sure that I've written them down.
A staff and a cloak.
A staff
Oh,
and
and a
cloak
ring.
and a ring, as yet unidentified.
Yes, as yet unidentified.
Lorium is just gonna say, "Can someone help me out with fixing this?" As he just holds up the reins that were cut.
I don't have mending.
Let me double check I still have it.
I mean,
do
I could do it
not.
the old-fashioned way. Guess I'm doing it the old-fashioned way.
He starts tying it together. He will square knot it so that the tension just makes it tighter.
Okie dokie. What proficiencies do you have?
Survival, athletics, intimidation
Naira?
to intimidate the horses. Naira. He did say if somebody wants to come help him with.
For tool proficiencies, you are land vehicle proficient, so I will say that that is applicable in this. So yeah, go ahead and roll me a, let's say, dexterity or wisdom check, and add your proficiency bonus. And yes, if Naira is assisting you, you may roll with advantage.
Okay.
Which I definitely am.
They're not the nicest square knots anybody has ever seen, but they are holding for now.
Can I do that
And-
thing where I'm like very encouraging and I'm like, "You're doing a great job, Lorium," and then as soon as he leaves, I fix it?
Yes, give me a perception check first to see if you notice, or yeah, perception check to see if you notice the slight slip.
14.
No, it looks like it will hold for now.
My passive is 18, if that matters.
Okay, well, if your passive's 18, then yes, you do notice the slight deficiency in one of the knots. I will say you can go ahead and do a sleight of hand check.
Can I Guido that?
Yeah.
I Guido it.
Woot.
Can Lorium do an insight check to see that he's being patronized?
Certainly may.
Uther, I need your help, buddy.
No, you don't. You've got this all on your own.
You're a punk.
Good
I'm
roll
just
for
like,
Lorium so
job done.
I
Fuck.
could have used your help.
I was helping you. It's being silly. It's not letting me use my bardic inspiration.
No, I was just looking for advantage. But I love that I rolled like a 2 and still ended up with better.
We're just getting all the
Right.
shitty rolls out of the way for this.
No, this matters.
Well,
We have to get out of here now.
You have a D8 though. 'Cause
I have a
burned it.
D8 to add. Okay, so I will
Yeah.
add
Okay,
that.
go
D8.
ahead and roll it.
No, that's a D10.
Close enough.
Two.
Oh, thank
Mm.
you.
Okay, 20. Okay, yeah.
See?
With the encouragement of your compatriots, you are able to kind of readjust and retie the knot that was questionable. And you're pretty certain now that you've done a solid enough job that it will hold for the foreseeable future.
Aaron will just sort of look behind the cart, completely oblivious that she's fixing his fuck up. We'll just say to the group, do we want to, like, either pick them up, set them somewhere, or just call some guards over?
We are busy. No.
I mean, it seems like bad taste, but shit, whatever y'all want to do.
You know what? Actually, yeah, I should probably try and find the guard real quick.
Are there
mean,
any
I could do
people
that.
running around? Still,
Uh,
like that we could be like, can you get a guard?
No, everything around you it has gone eerily quiet.
I locate
Like you
creature's
can
guard.
still hear obviously the sounds of commerce and stuff like that in the distance from over the houses and like from a couple of streets away, but the immediate area seems strangely deserted.
I can call them if you want.
I have on my list a ring of spell storing, maybe. Did we ever get that identified?
You remember
I-
where you picked that up?
I think you recognized it, but we didn't have it identified officially. No.
Yeah, we got it at the same place we got an arcane focus of randomness spellbook, the Black Sun signet ring. So I think it was on the island.
Okay, right. So
And ring
I
of
mean,
spell storing, maybe.
It's just maybe ? Question mark.
Might be a bomb, might be a dog toy. Who knows?
Go ahead, put a 5th level spell in there. Watch it explode. But Lauren will just start casting thaumaturgy on himself unless anyone stops him.
No.
To yell out. I don't want them to all come in. It might be better if we can give them our case while they're walking over to this huge scene of death.
Would Lorium have recognized on his little merry adventures the other day about the pacing or spread of guards around the city? So, like, if we were walking for like a minute, we'd bump into one, right? Or would it be like 10?
Yeah, I'd say you guys have been in town long enough that you would kind of be familiar with that, familiar enough with that. And go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Man, I have ideas that don't fit my character. Let's go. Hey, never mind.
Okay. Got a 15? Yeah. Honestly, with a 15, given the amount of noise and like violence that just took place, you would have fully expected the guard to be here by now, especially since like the fighting has now concluded and you guys have kind of been, you've been messing with the reins and like search the bodies, messed with the reins and everything. It's been a couple of minutes.
Do you think it's possible Oh, sorry. I don't know that yet. I didn't do that check.
No, I was just about to say it. Well, it is actually kind of weird and worrisome that guards haven't shown up. Do you think this might have been an inside job?
Maybe either way, our best response is to act as an attempted assassination or attack upon the group.
It's established that they work for the Order, yeah?
That the Argent Shield, right?
Yep. Well,
The cat.
he just said his employer.
Yeah.
They're cat's
He
paws,
said-
we are
we
assuming
believe.
Yeah, he introduced himself as somebody dealing with something that concerned the Order of the Argent Shield, and that order had requested them to resolve the whole Tristan situation.
Right. So they're
Okay.
trying not to get their hands dirty and are dealing with intermediaries. You think it's possible they told the guard to avoid this place?
Probably.
Probably didn't even know why, but you have a friend ask you to just take a long lunch, you might do it.
I mean, we could just load them on up, take them out, and fucking dump them. Or we can give them over to guard.
Or we could dump them all in the river right there. I think we should just
We're around a
grab
lot
the
of
guard.
houses. Yeah.
Do you mind if I grab Sunshine real quick? She's the only one that's not tied up.
All right, Sunshine. Just this once, he's allowed to ride you, all right? Any other time you kick him.
I don't think that rule is actually hard and fast, Sunshine. Just, I might have to be saving him. Just, never mind. As
She
he'll
kicks
jump, as he jumps on, and then we'll just turn and extend his hand out and go, we don't want to go entirely alone. Come, Naira, let's go tell of a terrible assassination attempt against lords.
Naira will jump on the back of Sunshine as well.
Okay. And Lorian, what are you doing?
While they go on a merry adventure to find guards, he's just going to walk over and start looking for people while saying, "It's all right to come out now. Go about your business as usual. The assassins are dead."
You do see, like, as you kind of move into this area that's away from the immediate area around the fighting, like on the far side of the market square, like a kind of a shuttered window opens, and you see like a cautious face sort of looking out. There are a few little bits of movement, but for the most part, people still seem to be staying indoors.
I mean, shoot yourselves. It's all right. We're calling the guard over now. And he'll just walk back and start making sure nobody fucks with the bodies.
Okay. Naira, Uther, you guys are mounting up on Sunshine and riding off?
Yes,
Yep.
towards the Summer Palace. And
Okay.
just in my head, because at some point I'll start running into guards. If it's at the Summer Palace's front gate, then so be it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You actually don't have to go very far. It's a few streets over. So there was you do have to go like a few hundred yards. Which is, kind of quite the trip in Perona with its winding alleyways and kind of narrow streets. But near the top of this, near the end of this bridge, there is a squad of guardsmen who seem to just be kind of basically just hanging around. They're in the livery of the city, all with the regular kind of arms and armor that you would expect of city guard, and they look like they're basically just essentially taking lunch. A couple of them have crusts of bread and cheese that they're munching on. There's a bottle being passed around the group, and the further you get from the fighting, you do see civilians moving around. Some of them are kind of looking in the direction of the fighting curiously, as though they may have heard something but not been directly aware of what was going on. But the further and further away from it you get, people just seem to be going around about their daily lives, completely unaware of the violence that just erupted. And beyond these people, you do indeed see this small group of guardsmen. One of them among them has a sergeant sash across his chest, and they don't seem to actually be paying any attention to you guys, just sort of keeping a general eye on things.
I'll just kind of turn Sunshine over and trot my way up and go, pardon me, good sirs. I don't mean to be of any issue, but I'm curious about some laws within the towns and proper procedure. I'm not from around here exactly. What do I do when someone has attempted an assassination attempt against me, Lord from out of town? Second question. Since I killed them all, what do you want me to do with your corpses? Is it my problem to deal with their burial, or is that something you'll deal with?
Give me an insight check, both of you.
Naira also has to do like a perform check to see if she starts laughing.
Uther's very business about this. Killing people and getting rid of their corpses. This is easy.
So, Nara, you are able to kind of conceal, don't feel, and hide the giggles that want to erupt at your husband's cavalier attitude toward the death of the assassination group. And with an 18 and a 19, both of you get the impression that this sergeant wasn't, like, he was aware of something. Possibly just like you said, a friend told him to take a long lunch kind of thing. And
Uther will grin at that, as he'll just say, did someone buy you some wine and extra cheese for lunch? I think they might have been involved. Those damn conspirators trying to twist the guard into such an unmeaning manner.
Monsieur, the Guard of Peruna are above such petty things. I am sorry if brigands have disrupted your day in our fair city, and I congratulate you on the robustness of your defense. I can assure you, monsieur, that you may move on with your day as you intend. Leave the cleanup and paperwork and such to the guard. I promise you, it will be dealt with properly.
Wondrous, and I'm allowed.
Does that require another insight check?
I'll say with the 18 and 19, basically he's just kind of realized, oh, that's what was going on. Okay, yeah, might be. Let's just get a broom and a rug and see what can be done about this.
Like I said, I don't think he's involved. It was probably like, here's an anonymous donation. Have a long lunch.
That's kind of the vibe you're getting. And now he's kind of realized, oh shit, something did actually really kind of go down. So now I just need to make sure this doesn't blow back. This doesn't get any bigger if I can. That's kind of seems to be his priority.
He'll
God,
just
please bring him
nod.
back. I want to see his reaction.
Then I will leave it to your wondrous hands. I'll be removing some objects from them. I think I have more than earned as trophies. Perhaps a blade or two. But the rest, feel free to, use as evidence against these brigands. I believe they might be a part of more conspiracy. But who's to say?
Well, monsieur, I can assure you, if they are part of any gang or some such, that the guard will deal with them. We cannot have fine folk such as yourselves, visitors from out of town, especially most august ones, as you yourselves so obviously are, be accosted in this manner. I thank you for bringing this to the attention of the guard. I can assure you that it will be dealt with.
Sterling credit to your badge, sir.
My thanks, my lady.
They were saying something about, like, the Argent healed or something. I don't know what that means. Maybe it was their boss or something. Doesn't mean anything to me. All right, you have a nice day. And then he'll just-
Oui, you as well, monsieur. À bientôt.
Just looking at his homie like, ha, 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 ha.
Quick,
Oh,
get the
shit,
blood
oh, shit,
cleaner.
Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit.
Let's get the bleach.
Quick, get the street Roomba.
Get some crack and sprinkle it on him.
It's too real. I have
And
a
then-
story about that later.
Another time.
Okay,
in between the
officer.
break. Then ride up to then just ride back to the group. And then go,
Okay.
hey, we're good to give him the shakedown. And we don't actually have to deal with the bodies. They said they'll deal with it. And then I would jump on the cart, thaumaturgy, and then just announce, the assassins have been thwarted. They were no match for the wondrous group of the Lions of the Thrashin Coast. Such deceptions and ill deeds will never work against us and our noble and chivalrous deeds. And then snap it out and go, I'm sure the Peronans will eat that up. And then
Meanwhile, Lorium's like, just without the armature. All right, just ignore him. He's a pompous asshole, but guards come to clean this up.
And,
Don't let your kids take any of their weapons.
shockingly, the 7-foot tall tiefling in black spiky armor with a dragon-infused acid glaive in his hand isn't the most reassuring of figures, and most people seem to be taking the opportunity to remain indoors.
Oh, even at the warning to the children.
Probably made it worse.
Yes. But yep, once they come back, he'll get back in the driver's seat and start. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there room to sit next to him, or is it literally just like?
Yeah. Oh
drivers
no, there
in
is.
the
Yeah.
back?
It's
Okay, cool.
no. Yeah. There's a bench there. It's just slightly off center on
Yeah,
the bridge and everything. Yeah.
I just remember saying that last game and then being like, wait, that. I wonder if can I just not
No.
be
Yeah.
there?
There's enough room for the two of you to get a little cozy.
Hello, Lorium.
Don't put your hand on my fucking knee.
Higher.
Weird. Which one of y'all let him read the book?
Naira is going to get into the back of the wagon and start ritually casting Identify.
Okay. So.
Actually, you know what? For funsies, character moment, Wanderer just sat next to Lorium in the driver's seat. Lorium's going to try just absent-mindedly talking and trying to teach him how to coach a wagon.
Okay.
I try my best.
Conrad, go ahead and give me a animal handling check with advantage.
Oh boy. Ready for some shocking shit? Check this out.
Ooh!
Oh,
26.
He's proficient.
Animals like wander. Couldn't tell you why.
Yeah, no, you actually like
You are
again
Disney
these
princess.
horses. Though once again, though they are initially seem to be slightly perturbed by your appearance, you did spring for ones that were used to. That were well trained, that were used to being around figures in armor and such like, which explains why they didn't bolt even after their traces were cut. And though initially they kind of seem a little bit standoffish, obviously being able to tell that you're not precisely the kind of thing that they're used to, you very quickly are able to develop a quite a good rapport with them, and they become very responsive to you as you continue to guide your wagon out through the northern suburbs of Verona.
Learning new things about Wander every day.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why animals like them.
Well, I'm just like, wow, you're actually good at this. Good job.
I know.
Oh, well, you don't gotta get cocky.
Is it being cocky if you're right, though?
It is Delorium. But he's always cocky.
He said, all right, now simmer down. I don't know if you want to inside check it, but you can if you want to.
Just because you said so, sure.
Just the I know.
I'll just roll a 5 anyway. Oh, 9.
It's high enough. The I know wasn't like there wasn't zest in it. It was just he knows that he's good at it.
You make that look easy. It was.
Yeah, that. Wonder has a great many skills, but none of them apply to the things we do.
He's a surprisingly
all
good
of
gardener.
He is.
Anyway, without too much further ado, you continue north out of the suburbs of Perona. As Uther and Nair discovered, once you were more than a street or two away from the site of the ambush, the normal city life seems to suddenly resume. You round a corner and turn onto a street with traffic, merchants calling wares from their stalls, people going to and fro on their own business, with little sign of the violence you just left in your wake. And with a few twists and turns, make your way to the main northern road that runs alongside the river into the estuary of which Perona is built. And within a few minutes, perhaps 20 at most, you leave behind the bustling city streets of Perona and travel out into the wider plains of Avignosera. You've traveled at least a portion of this route before on your way to the estate where you confronted Sir Bellavere. But very quickly you leave the route that you had previously traveled, where the river winds its course up toward Nabesta, and take a more directly northerly route. Naira, please give me a cartography tools check.
Can I Guido?
As you attempt to, you may,
I'll Guido.
as the both of you attempt to guide, in Wander's case quite literally, the party on the northern route that was outlined in the poem by Léon de Villiers.
22.
22,
More
okay.
than enough.
Indeed. Curiously, there appear to be few main roads that take this direct northerly route, though you do know that there are a number of fairly major trading settlements in this area. Remnants of the time from during the Empire when strong trade routes existed between Perona, Vanya, and Hadderol, and the dwarven kingdoms of the Aglanon Peaks. Even a few routes that journeyed across the Hilloran Desert. Though the trade routes have gone silent in the last century or so, the towns still remain for the most part. However, curiously, on this portion, there seem to be few direct routes toward them. Strange, considering that you yourself know that there are few enough geographical kind of constraints that would have prevented this. Certainly nothing along the, on the bounds of the Aglanon Peaks or something like that, which would have prevented a route. But despite these difficulties, you are able to guide the party along the tracks and trails that head most directly north, that being the only instruction that you currently have. Very quickly, as the sun climbs toward noon, you leave behind the bustling city streets of Perona, journeying north into tilled fields and neatly lined vineyards. Behind you, and in the distance off to either side, you see the battlements and turrets of the majestic keeps and castles of the many nobles and knightly orders of this land. They rise up above the treetops and hedgerows that divide the landscape around you, walls and towers reaching into the sky, and even from a distance you can see the flags waving in the gentle summer breeze, signaling the presence of the nobility and royalty that you are leaving behind you as you journey further north. The vibrancy of the heraldry giving way to a vibrancy of nature. You travel through this seemingly idyllic medieval landscape for several hours, greeted by the sights of peasants and commoners going about their daily routines. In the fields, farmers tend to their crops, while others work in fields with livestock. You pass through small, in some cases nameless, villages and hamlets, certainly none that you recognize, but each bustling with activity in their own way. Blacksmiths working at forges, shops and stalls, merchants calling their wares, children playing in the streets, many of them stopping to take in this curious parade that moves through their midst of your brightly colored wagon, topped with these strange armored individuals, with the unusual sight of a fully armored warhorse trotting happily along beside it. Quickly, though, as the afternoon wears on toward evening, you continue your journey northward, making very good time with Naira's unerring guidance of your course. And you begin to enter what are very clearly wilder lands of Avignosera. The landscape turns from being mostly these idyllic villages and this patchwork of fields to becoming dominated by sweeping vistas of rolling hills and dense copses of forests. There are still, here and there, spots of green fields and golden wheat, small bastions of civilization, the curling of chimney smoke from the far side of forests and the like. But gradually, as you go further and further north, the sounds of tools and the lowing of farm animals are replaced by the sounds of birds singing and the rustle of leaves as small animals scurry about. And as evening begins to draw near, it's been a little while since you've seen any kind of what you would call civilization, the occasional woodcutter's cottage or distant hamlet, a small scattering of buildings around a field or stream or some such. But certainly no sign of an inn or any major settlement. But you have made good time on this your first day. You'd estimate at least 50 miles or so, with the quick pace set by the fine steeds that you purchased in Perona. And again, Naira's seemingly preternatural ability to keep you on the most northerly possible course. During this time, as you travel through this idyllic landscape, you obviously have several hours to yourself. Wander and Loriam are both kind of switching off the duties of guiding the horses. Is there anything that any of you wish to do with this time?
Well, I had been, in addition to the cartographers, or probably before the cartographers, I ritually cast Identify to find out what those magic items were.
Certainly. Okay, so the cloak you identify as a cloak of protection, +1.
Ooh.
Ooh.
The
Wonder.
The ring, interestingly enough, is a ring of mind shielding.
Ooh.
And I'll pop these in the general chat for everybody.
I don't like that.
Don't?
No. Because now one of you can lie in a zone of truth.
Just FYI, Zone of Truth would basically ping that somebody was wearing that, like, Zone of Truth will tell the caster whether or not it has successfully affected somebody. So Ring of Mind Shielding would prevent them, would basically mean that it was impossible for them to fail the save, but the caster would also know this person was not affected by the zone.
Okay.
Soul thing is creepy though.
What do you mean? That's good. Now if you die, you're a little Christmas bauble.
What?
Yeah, the last part. Your soul goes into the ring and you're just there.
Oh.
And now you're just a little Christmas ornament until we find you a new body.
Well, it says you can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife.
And if you do that, I will hunt you down.
I'll reach into hell and drag your screaming dear soul back.
The question is if there's already a soul in there.
It's Weaver's.
And the staff is a custom magic item that I haven't successfully been able to get to work properly, but that anybody who utilizes it, I will add the necessary things to your character sheet. It essentially is a war wizard's staff. Which sounds more powerful than it is. Essentially, what it does is it functions as an arcane focus for a wizard or a sorcerer, and allows them to cast magic missile 1d6 times per day. So at the start of each day, you roll a d6, and you are able to cast magic missile that many times per day. And it also functions as an arcane focus and a staff if you want to bonk people.
Staff bonk.
And just to confirm, that's definitely a ring of spell storing, yeah?
Oh, yes.
All right, brilliant.
Give it to sunshine.
That was the most like, that's cute, but no.
Sorry, what? You're breaking up. Sorry, huh? Okay, bye.
No, I don't think
No,
I will.
the way you said that, it came out in the same rhythm as something from Sea Nanners when the da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
I can
No,
smell
I
you.
hear it now.
That shit was great. I loved it.
I think you forgot the war part there, so it just says Wand of the Wizard.
Oh, what?
Wand of the Wizard.
My favorite magic item, Wand of the Wizard. Very
Find a
nondescript.
Find a random commoner named Harry. Give it to him.
And then train him.
The ways of monk.
And then calmly ask him if he put his name in the Goblet of Fire.
So we got
There's some
got
good
a
shit.
cloak, mind shielding.
Yeah, I've put it on the party charter.
Okay.
So
And the war
mind
wizard
shielding should
staff.
probably go to
Oh, yeah.
I feel like this.
Uthira.
I feel like that magic item has accidentally jumped worlds.
No.
Seeing as we don't have any wizards or sorcerers.
Not yet.
I mean, fair,
One of
but
us is
you
about to
take
die.
it from the body of. Like,
That just means one
Find
of us is
magic
gonna die
items
soon.
from a wizard. What do you think it's gonna be?
It's gonna be a necklace of fireballs.
Give that to Sunshine.
Sunshine runs in, fireballs herself, comes back to life, does it again.
But we should totally put the cloak of protection on Valco.
Oh my God!
Good
Make
for
him the
Pop.
best, goodest boy.
He needs a cape.
He needs a hat. He needs a
He needs
hat.
a home.
Give him the hat of disguise self. He turns into a weird person.
That's terrifying. He turns into the spider umbrella.
Anyway, so I did that,
Oh,
and then I just helped point us in the right direction. Did anybody else do anything?
No, Lauren would just be chatting along with Wander.
Okay. You are Wander, are you proficient with land vehicles?
No.
Okay. So you are kind of walking him through the finer points of carriage control and the like, doing your best to impart this knowledge. Wander, for your part, are you discussing anything in particular, or just kind of being an attentive pupil?
There are which eye does Lorium have covered? Is it the left or the right?
He's lost his left eye.
Then yeah, sure. You'd probably notice there are a couple of times where Wander like starts to turn as if he was going to say something and then stops and goes back. And it's how long have we been riding? Like several hours now, yeah?
Several hours, yeah. Like you left the city. It took you a few hours in the morning to like fetch your carriage and everything like that. But you set out. I think it was about noon or maybe a little bit after. And so yeah, you've been going for a good 7 or 8 hours by the time that the sun sets.
Then yeah, it's like a couple hours apart each time, but like he's working through something in his head and then turns to ask you and then stops himself.
Completely
Yeah.
ignore this. I'm kidding.
I mean, you can. You're Lorium. You don't read people.
You're right. He doesn't read people, but he's especially attentive to you, and
Aw.
recently, Tristan.
Aw.
But no, it probably after the 12th time when he finally notices. It's if you're gonna say something, go ahead and spit it out. You know, you don't gotta be silent and just listen to me babble on the whole time.
He just keeps looking forward and looking at the horses and watching them move, but he says, "Why did we look for guts?"
Well, I would like to say in that situation it'd be the right thing to do, especially since completely uninvolved people saw what happened. It would bring them ease of mind to know, okay, at least they really did go get the guards and we're not just dealing with a bunch of murderers in the city. But also, it just makes things easier.
How so?
Because if we just left, those people would totally report, there was a big ass tiefling and a weird metal man and some and a cat with a sword and a crazy old fucking man just yelling about bullshit. And then they'd be like, oh, that's the new guys. And then we'd be detained and questioned and all this other shit by the time we got back. But also, and he would just look at you and smile because it was the right thing to do.
Right thing to do, huh?
No, he really does think it was the right thing to do in that moment. However, he is thinking logically, yes. You feel that he believes both things that he said in equal values.
He just kind of nods. And that's it. He doesn't say anything else. There's no like, I know I'm talking like there's some somber air, but there's not. He just nods.
He just pats you on the head.
You hear something crunch.
All right, a tighter grip on the reins. They're starting to lean toward the left.
He overcorrects.
Okay, we'll get you steering
Yeah.
down eventually.
There's the uncle-nephew bonding moment. Some people go fishing. We drive carriages.
We can go shoot shit if you want.
But no,
He
with a
gives me a little
26,
heat.
despite the, shall we say, increasingly deficient tracks that you find yourself moving along, the journey does go very smoothly. As I said, though, you find yourself bereft of civilization as night begins to draw in. Though many of you can see in the dark, and it certainly holds no terrors for you, the same cannot be said for your horses, which do begin to show a measure of fatigue, having been on the road for many hours at this point, and also starting to shy away from the lengthening shadows. So as the sun begins to set and paint the sky with pinks and oranges, the shadows from the forests and hills around you lengthen the valleys through which your trails wind, growing darker and darker. What is it that you guys are going to do?
Let's find somewhere to pull off and set up camp. Somewhere. Yeah, Lorem, you know somewhere good.
You say this, and Laura, at this point, Lorem's just like, huh? Yeah, I'm awake.
Oh, look.
Thank you, Wander.
You're welcome.
You are proficient in both perception and survival, correct?
Yeah.
Then roll either with advantage.
Aye, aye, Captain.
$29. Okay. Yes. You, as the sun begins to kind of fully dip below the horizon, the sky to your right as you journey north, beginning to become shot through with stars and stars as the moon climbs and the sun sets on your left. You find quite an idyllic little glade, just a few, about 100 feet off the road. There's kind of a broad meadow between you and it that the carriage is able to pass over with difficulty, but being pulled by two strong horses, they are able to get it into position with relative ease. And you find yourself in this. It's quite a nice little glade surrounded by the quite a thick kind of thicket of trees and underbrush that shelter it on three sides. Not very visible from the road either. Certain and dry and comfortable enough place to set up camp, it looks like.
I'll start maneuvering our carriage over there.
Okay.
It's weird. Every time they start to go one direction a little too far, Wander says like left or right before he starts correcting, and they just respond to it.
So, who is still wearing the, or are any of you wearing any of the items that you have come across that would potentially prevent scrying of any kind?
No.
Yes, who is wearing that?
Naira would probably have wanted to have a conversation about that ring of mind shielding. She wanted to put it on.
Okay.
I'm
Probably,
okay.
if you wish to have the conversation now, please do so.
Oh, we gave that to Midnight, didn't we?
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
We
know.
kind of
why,
forgot
but
that we're still
yes.
being hunted.
Well, I was hoping that my thing, but the alternative is we also know that Tristan is actively being hunted, and that's the reason that Naira didn't put it on. was I may be being hunted, but it's possible that I've convinced Murdoch that I'm not a threat. And in fact, I'm still on his side. And if that's true, I don't think that we're going to need protection from Scryan soon. Um, and I think it might be wise to shield Tristan. But if nobody thinks that, and nobody else wants it, I would really like to put this ring on.
Could someone hypothetically scry on Argent and see Tristan?
Give me a religion check.
Aye, Captain.
Oh, really? I would have assumed that was a Arcana thing.
Well, he can cast it as a cleric, as a divine spell. So religion would be applicable for him. If Naira wishes to roll an Arcana, she absolutely may do so.
I mean,
Don't beat my 14. Let me have a 14 and feel good about it.
okay, I won't roll because it would be very
No,
hard
no,
for
you
me
have
to
to.
not.
It
It would be very hard to not.
All right, simmer down now.
Just roll a 1. Even worse. You one-upped it.
With a
It's got any
3.
better, honestly.
It's hard to say. It's a tough call where Tristan ends and Argent begins, or vice versa. So it's entirely possible that yes, if one of them was scryed upon, both would be found. That is entirely possible, but equally, it's also entirely possible that if one of them was shielded, both of them would be.
Okay.
As far as you can tell, they're basically both kind of the same entity. So, in theory, the magic, like any kind of magic, would treat them as one.
And in the earpiece, so Tristan can't hear or notice, she's going to say, and maybe this would be a way to even offer Tristan some protection from Argent.
Where's the shot?
Yeah, let's put it on him.
Is he able to attune to it?
Oh, Tristan.
Because if he's not able to attune to it, I don't want to force him to attune.
I think he only has the hat.
Okay.
Tristan has been curiously silent throughout much of the day, as your ride north has progressed. But let me double check their character sheet.
He's been reading
Kids
through a
going
certain
through
book.
puberty.
He's reading through a certain book, and he's a little too shy to talk right now.
He's like, "Oh my!"
Yeah, he's just holding the book sideways, like
Dude, there's
long
like,
ways.
it's okay. It's your first assassination attempt. Yeah, after like your 20th one, it's just kind of happened.
Uther just totally misreads it.
It's canon.
Like, wait, why does this page fold out so many times?
Oh my!
Whoa! Just every flip. He's like, "Oh my god!" And he turns it around. And he's like, "Oh my god!"
Yes, he can attune to it.
Okay, well, I mean, seems like Tristan's getting a ring. Who's
Okay.
gonna marry him?
And this is a
I
conversation
mean, there's
I
only
would have
two
had.
options at this point.
This is a conversation that I would have had during the travel before we found the place to camp.
Okay.
Probably right after you got the ring or
Yeah.
realized what it was.
Okay, no problem.
And then he humbly tries to deny it. And then we
The other
say,
thing that
Naturally.
Naira is going to probably actually ask Lorium if he has any interest in the cape of Dimension Door that she's wearing right now that we took off of Bartrand, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Because she's interested in that cloak of protection.
Did he just say, "Excuse me"?
No, I said excuse me to Hachi. He was
hopping in lap, demanding cuddles. So I cuddled him for a moment.
Good.
You stepped away when she was
That
talking
is
to
your
you.
job.
I mean, yeah, sure. I can already hop 30 feet. Now imagine if I fall from 300 feet.
And at
Well,
500,
my other thought on that
Amazing.
was every time we've tried to use it, I've already been right next to Uther, and then there's a scramble to get to you guys. So I figure Uther can just grab me.
Fair.
you are the fast one.
That is true, though. I am the fast one, so if anybody's going to have to scramble to get to somebody, I would be the person.
I don't know. Does Wander want a cloak? I think he'd look quite strapping in a cape. I already got my
I
funny
am
cloak.
always in the back. No one is ever near me. I do not need the cloak.
Can
I
you
will
use
use
it,
it on
Naira?
myself, and I will go into the sky.
Or
I can use a cloak of protection, but I've got a cloak of
Okay.
protection and a cloak of the Montbank or something like that, which gives me Dimension Door.
Yep. Yep.
You only have a cloak of the Manta Ray right now, right?
right.
And you know how protective on a scale of say 1 to 25 would you say your armor is?
19.
All right, same. So why don't you take the cloak of protection?
We got 19, 19, 20, and 23? Question mark.
Yeah.
You got a
We're about to
robust
have-
group.
We're about to have 1920. The only thing is that I do tend to get up in,
So I'm
battle.
fine if you have it.
Fling yourself into combat. Yes, you do.
One of us is going to die protecting you, and then you'll finally learn.
Well, that's what I'm
I-
kind of hoping not.
I am kind of
I
a revolver specialist, so if you want to have it because you're going to be up in it, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying I'm okay also having that because then it makes me have 20 AC, which is nice. But if you have it, then you have 20 AC, which is nice.
Yes, but if nobody else is interested in the Dimension Door, I'd rather have
take the Dimension Door one.
Okie doke. Well, then you'll have that cloak. I'll have the +1 to AC. I just wanted to make sure somebody else had a second Dimension Door because having two of us be able to do that was really handy.
Well,
Yeah.
you've got the ring of spell storing, right?
Yeah, actually. So we're about to have 3 people who can do that.
How many layers? How many gems is on it? Like, what level of spell can it take?
Oh, I don't think we did that.
I don't know. Yes.
For the ring of spell storing,
Yes.
Yes.
up to 3rd level. So it can handle 5 levels as standard.
Okay.
But so yeah, but only up to a 3rd level spell.
So we can have a 3rd and a 2nd,
So
or
But
2
not a
seconds
4th and a 1.
first. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Cape of the Mountain Bike doesn't even require attunement. Neat.
Ooh, what level is Summon Sunshine?
2nd. Do you want your own horse?
Yes.
I don't know what kind it would give you. Actually, I don't know if it would go through my god or yours. I'm just saying that'd be funny as shit if it went through mine and he just saw you worthy of a donkey.
Listen, if
Would be
I get a
fitting for an
painted
ass.
horse, I do have a great ass, so it makes sense. If he sees to befit me with the greatest ass, like my god already has, then I think we can understand each
What a
other.
blessing to say of the god of death. I have a great ass, and I worship the god of death. Speed dating.
I'm so sorry, Andrew. I love these character interactions.
Me too.
I would be happy to supply such a thing, but it would require a day tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get it done before bed tomorrow, that would be great.
Meanwhile, do we want to
Sure
put
thing.
something else in there and see if we can use it? We can always
Revivify.
free up space.
We don't know what's in it.
I don't think there are any things in it right now.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Actually, give me. Have any of you attuned to it?
No, not yet.
Then
Not
you do not
yet.
know.
Would
I'll
identify
kind
it for
of-
this?
I'll hold out my fingers and go, let me check it. If nothing else, I can put an invisibility into it. It's only second level.
Yeah. And she'll hand it over.
Because then whoever's wearing that'll find it useful. Then we'll just slip it on and begin kind of the hour attuned to it. As he
Okay.
would send Falco out and be like, seek! And have him, like, do that dog check around the campsite to see if there's anything, and then begin prepping to set up the dome.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to attune to the ring over the course of the next hour. Valco, doing his little patrol circuit, is very excited to be out back in the wilds after so long with the smells and confinement of various cities. Spends a joyous hour and a bit running around. You do occasionally hear him get excited and chase something small and fuzzy into a thicket, where he spends a little while scrabbling after it before darting off after the next new scent. Obviously quite excited to be, enjoying himself as a wolf and a hunter again. But doesn't notice anything untoward, and after clearing the immediate area of rodents, birds, and other nefarious such things, returns
He's
quite
gonna
happily.
find a goblin one day, and that thing's gonna be like, "Oh no!"
He's just like, whee!
Oh yes.
It's like it's payback time, motherfucker. But yes, you are able to attune to the ring, and please roll me a 1d50.
I like this. Let's see.
Ah,
Oh, that's either really good or really bad.
It has a single casting of alarm stored in it.
Aw.
Nice, guys. I'm gonna burn this tonight. Throws his hands together.
and we're gonna put Revivify in the ring, right?
It's not a bad idea, really. Revivify's third, isn't it?
Yep.
Is. And it does
we'll bring
require
back
the burning.
Falco!
It does require the burning of the material component when the spell is stored.
Mm.
So if, so that material component is lost if the ring is not, if Revivify is not utilized in the ring. So if it is, discarded or just purged.
Yeah.
He would then drop a charge of invisibility into it. And then he would get everybody around, throw the alarm up, and because he can. And I've got so many first level, not comprehend languages. Where is this? Universal speech. And I would get the. We're gonna crowd in with the horses.
Mhm.
And then,
cast the dome over the carriage and the horses, and then we'll just kind of kip out around
Yeah.
it, right?
yes.
Okie dokie.
And then
Yeah.
I would just tell the horses and be like, if anything gets scary, you can head back into the dome and you'll be safe. You know what I mean? And then begin the meditation.
Like, oui, monsieur. We are held animals. We understand.
Good.
Even the horses
Excellent
are
hammer
French.
and anvil.
Even
Yeah,
the
we
horses
must
are
know
condescending.
And so the night draws in. As you are all sitting under the protective canopy of the dome, its shimmering exterior matching the grasses and forest greens of the tableau around you. Everybody, please give me insight checks.
Can Tristan do that too?
No, he cannot.
Oh,
10. I'm slowly getting there.
I'm slowly getting further away. I see you two are.
Both Wander and Naira, you actually notice now that Tristan seems not just quiet, but far away. The set of his features, the way that he is holding himself as he sits with you about the carriage, eating your evening meal. It's not it's not the presentation that you are used to in your young and exuberant new friend. Naira, with a 22, you actually recognize this change. This change is fairly similar to what you saw when Argent manifested in that right corner of the exquisite blush. Though there is no external kind of manifestation, no glow of Argent light or fire in the eyes, the way that Tristan is holding himself, the set of his features, and the stoicism that he exudes, all reminds you of that moment.
And did this change happen after we gave him that ring?
No, it seems to have been something that has been building as you moved further and further north.
In the earpiece, she will say, "I think that Tristan might not be with us at the moment."
What does that mean?
I think Argent is in charge. I think if we were to speak to this young man, Argent would reply.
And
Bet.
Wander will say out loud, Tristan?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Just curious. Uh,
You notice he's seems to be examining the bracer around his wrist, tracing his fingers over the sylvan and celestial runes that are so intricately wound around it.
Did you know it was gonna hurt the boy so bad? Intertangling yourself with him.
Oh.
Which is why he did neither then.
I believe him.
We knew it would be a burden. I am not meant to be in this place in such a way. I am not meant to be carried in such a manner.
No, you're meant to have agents to enact your will, not personally a part of it.
I am meant to inspire. I am meant to be, not to live.
Is there any way you can see, from your perspective, to untangle yourself without killing either one of you or doing great, crippling harm?
He's so young.
When his task is complete, I'm sure you do not wish for him to be slain from this burden, although I believe he has already more than accepted it.
Yes. I would not, could not have stayed had he been unwilling. Once, I cannot tell precisely when, but there came a time we both knew. He could have abandoned it then, cast me from his wrist, cast me from this world. But he served a greater thing. I cannot be diminished in such a way. I cannot leave this work undone. I cannot allow the Argent to be tarnished. The destruction it would bring.
At that point, Wanda will say to him, "Then he is to die for you."
Not for me. Not for this splinter you speak to. Not for this ember. But for the trance. Rekindle the great flame. It must be so. It must be.
And you would sacrifice Tristan if it meant rekindling this great flame?
He would sacrifice. He has told you as much.
Well, yeah, that's true. But he's a child. He doesn't have any concept of what he's being asked to sacrifice. Not really. He's grown up on romantic stories of what heroes do. And he's just...
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
They are not stories. It is heroism, is the soul of chivalry. It is all that a knight could be.
I don't
Without it, they are
disagree.
simply thugs in armor, treading upon the peasants. They cannot be all that is. But
I don't disagree that it is noble to sacrifice yourself for good. But I just feel like, I've read a lot of stories too. And she sort of leans forward a little bit in that way. And she says, and pretty universally, the ones who are willing to sacrifice the lives of other innocent people in order to get what they want, those are villains.
Yes.
What was that?
In those same stories, how many heroes laid down their lives?
Depends on the story. Why do you ask?
Because sometimes great victory must come at great cost.
But it's not your
But
life.
go.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No, I was going to say, go ahead and roll me another insight check. Naira can roll with advantage, and the rest of the group can roll as well, since you're all listening in on this conversation.
Naira is keyed in. Nice,
Holy shit!
Lorium.
Wow, that's totally in
Holy
character.
shit!
Let's go.
Holy shit!
He's very imperceptive of Tristan at the moment.
We're all
All of
very
you are
concerned.
like locked in. Pretty much all of you hear, for the first time ever, a waver in Argent's voice. The slightest tremor of uncertainty. He says, he wishes to restore all that should be.
Are you sure that's what he wishes? Like 100%? I haven't known him very long, so I could be wrong, but I think he wishes to make you proud.
He does.
And I think that he thinks dying for you is the only way to make anyone proud. That's not why he should be doing it. But that's just my opinion. Why don't you sit with that?
He has already made me proud.
Does he know that?
He shall. And then you kind of see him seem to withdraw into himself a little. His eyes unfocusing slightly as he stares off into the middle distance.
Even though he's withdrawn, Lorium would just absentmindedly ask to him, "Will the boy live if we find your shield?"
I do not know.
He will.
Yeah, you're right. He will.
No more sacrifice.
We don't trade lives.
We end them.
Argent, can I ask you one more question?
Mhm.
If we could find a way to release you from Tristan without his death, would you be willing to do that?
The Argent must be restored. If that can be done, saving the life of a worthy. Yes. Of course.
And then in the uh, in the earpiece, she's gonna say, "What's the likelihood we're gonna be able to talk this dude out of restoring the Argent if that's what it comes to?"
0.
Yeah.
Damn
But now Laura
And
would just sit back and meditate.
yeah, unless any of you are very forceful with further questions, Tristan or Argent goes silent for the remainder of the evening, staring out through the shimmering exterior of the dome, apparently deep in thought. His young features set in this too old, too grave expression.
And above the table, last time when we talked about it, you told me there were sort of 3 outcomes, if I remember correctly.
That sounds right.
Barring further information, 3 outcomes.
Yes, that sounds right.
Well, there's
Them
really 2
being
because he's not going to
he
die.
he concludes his quest, whatever that looks like. At which point, what is Argent is removed. The most likely outcome of that being it takes too much of Tristan with it, and the body dies. Another possible outcome being banishment or some other forceful removal of Argent, without without the conclusion. The outcome of that would be difficult to say for certain. Depending on the method of removal, it could be the same as Argent is removed, takes too much of Tristan with it. A particularly careful removal may succeed in banishing Argent while leaving Tristan the boy intact. Or potentially, Argent could be essentially persuaded to release itself, to essentially loose its hold on what and who it is, and in so doing, essentially fade from existence, leaving Tristan intact. Those, as I recall, are the 3 kind of options that you were able to sort of discern based on the knowledge that you had at the time. And looking at similar kinds of records of similar kinds of events in arcane history. Okay. Any other questions or anything?
Not over here.
It's not
Okay.
very
Oh.
story related, but to put a ring in the spell of store spell stop now to put a spell in the ring of spell storing. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Do you have to be attuned to it?
Ring of spell storing? Yes.
Somebody has to. Yes, yeah. So yeah, you have to attune to it. Put the spell in.
No,
I think,
sorry.
or no, yeah. Hang on, let
Just
me
to
double
use
check
it, you
this.
have to be attuned to it. To put spells into it, you just have to touch it.
And Wander really wants to. Is everyone else okay with putting Revivify in the ring?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Tomorrow's problems for tomorrow's me.
Yay! Now, if anything happens to Valko.
She'll use it on no one else.
I've got another target in mind.
So you are burning a diamond and
Can't do it
casting Revivify?
Not tonight. I have to do it tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
I just wanted to know if I had to attune to it because I was going to do that tonight instead.
No, yeah. You can simply cast it into it. Like nobody even needs to be attuned to it at the time.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
although we can do that at the end of the day. So do we want to put any spells into it for now, just to sort of waste time? I've got like 5 first level spells I can put into it.
I mean, the one he wants, I can't till tomorrow.
Well, Uther already put a second level invisibility into it.
Uther, do you have any other fun spells that you want to put into it? Or do
Oh,
you
I
want
could
some of mine?
do it actually.
I can give you
Actually,
Armor of Agathis.
I can give us third level aid.
Ooh,
Mm.
that's better than what I can do.
I like third level aid.
I could put Uther Ross into it for someone.
But you're attuned to it. So, I mean, it would give you a free casting of Uther Ross, which is nice. And Andrew's like,
Well-
no, it's not.
So I'm keeping the ring. You want me to have it? Because I was thinking, I wasn't sure who was going to end up using it.
Well, you're attuned into it, so right now.
Works for me.
I mean, that's on the table. I could put 8 in there since you already have invisibility in there. It could soar up to 5 levels total, right?
Yes. Up to max level of third spells, yes. But 5 levels total.
8 would let you give at third level increased max HP by 10 for 3 people.
Kind of, sort of like that. If we're trying to avoid the death of someone, maybe aid helps. With he who shall not be killed for a greater cause.
Up to you.
Do it. Put 8 in there. Decision made. Boss says so.
God damn it.
You know what? Now I don't want to put 8 in there.
Yeah. Cast it, I don't. No, it won't. So I'll just mark it off. Cast 8 into the ring. Third level. Boom, it's capped. Then tomorrow morning you do a free level third level spell.
Okie
It lasts
dokie.
for 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So excellent role play there, by the way, everybody. So Naira, Wander, and Lorium, who took part in that conversation, all of you guys have inspiration. If you didn't already, bravo, bravo on the superb role play as always.
Yay.
But with that, is there anything further that you guys wish to accomplish with the remainder of your night?
No.
Okay.
Lauren will just shimmy underneath the fucking cart like he usually does.
oddly comfortable.
Naira acrobatics check.
I'm making a bad joke.
Oh.
It's like Lorium's
Right, like-
athletic check from like,
like the carriage is kind of just rocking above you.
Just periodically
Oh,
cast
stop,
silence to take a nap. Banish one of them.
But anyway, in whatever manner you choose, you pass the remainder of your evening, and each in turn fall asleep. Wander. You, I assume, are assuming your normal watchful attitude within the dome.
Yes, but if field of view matters, I'm keeping Tristan in my sight.
Okay. You watch him. The hours of evening pass, moving well into night. He sits in thought or meditation or some other attitude. It's hard to tell. Almost as unmoving as yourself. His gaze locked on the bracer about his wrist. Occasional traces of power flaring along its runes. If you watch him, your mind begins to drift. What you know of this boy, the entity, the amalgamated being that you have met and known these past few days. And as it does so, you blink, and you are elsewhere.
It's not picking up the sound effects.
Oh. You hear the great, familiar rocking of the scales, the void that has called to you on nights past. For a time, that is all you hear. Please roll me a perception check.
Aye.
27. As you stand there, you become aware of voices. The last time you were here, and on many of your previous visits, you had heard voices as well. The last time you were here, though, you quieted them, harnessing them to you in the form of a great burning sword and an implacable shield that you were able to wield in this place. Now there are new voices, others. With 27, you can tell that there are dozens at least. All of them very distant, but curiously clear, blending into this strange buzz, like a hive moving and living around you. Snatches, snippets come to the fore. Little half-heard sentences that rise above the hubbub. The door forward. I need it not. I need it not. It is certainty. It is a must. Our responsibility requires it. What were you saying?
What was the first part of that?
The tool of a coward. The tool of a coward.
Is there
What do you do?
anything visually noticeable around, or is it a cacophony of voices?
27. You cannot see anything precisely, but you realize that is only because sight doesn't precisely have any meaning in this place. But you are aware of the sources of these voices out there in the void, scattered like stars in the sky. All of it moving, turning around you, like the way that the Milky Way turns across the sky as the night passes. You can't tell precisely what form these creatures, these entities, whatever they are, take. But you are aware that distance, if you could call it that, between you and them is at once vast beyond comprehension, and at the same time close enough that you almost feel as if you could reach out and touch them.
Then I'll try to call out in a manner of speaking and say, "What do you speak of?"
Tool, the tool, the tool, the tool, the tool, tool, the tool.
What tool?
It's me, tool of cowardice. Tool of certainty. Tool of law.
Hmm. Are these? They're swirling around in a manner of speaking, yeah. Like there's
In a
no
manner of speaking,
like
yes.
side that they're coming from. They're just everywhere.
You are able to pick out certain specific voices that
And
do
those
appear
stay
to
in
belong to
the
specific
fixed area.
entities.
Okay.
Kind of, yes. Like the entities themselves, again, if sort of time and space functioned in that same way here, yes, they would kind of be moving and swirling around you. But you are able to kind of, yeah, associate specific voices with specific presences.
He'll just say, "Speak plainly."
Would you have me speak of?
What tool?
Thine tool, builder. And you are once again staring out through the dome, beside the carriage, the sleeping forms of your friends around you.
Hmm. Has anything changed? Is anyone gone? Has anything exploded?
Nothing seems to have changed. In fact, from what you can tell, you literally did blink Seems as though no time has passed. The curls of smoke above your campfire are the same. They have not burned down at all. The breeze blowing leaves and the like across your camp is the same. Seems as though all that has transpired in that time that it took to you, Link.
He'll blink just a couple times in rapid succession.
Are you
And,
trying to do anything?
he will. He can't move very much, so after the couple of blinks, he'll just, in that kind of harmonic tune of the celestial that he speaks, he'll quietly whisper to himself, "Right now, here and now." And then he'll look towards Tristan and he'll say, "I choose to help him. He will not die." And then just quietly hum to himself until everyone wakes up, or the first person wakes up. And
As
by
you
hum, I mean
hum,
just offer like a prayer in Celestial.
as you do this, you become aware of a harmonic within yourself. The noise of the celestial tongue as you speak it, reverberating in the stone and metal of your body. And from within, you hear and feel there's a sense of certainty, of finality settles within you. And you feel this declaration cement itself.
It is gonna be devastating to Wander if Tristan dies. Holy shit, it's gonna
We're
be
just
devastating.
Wander's just going to be sitting there going, okay, but we know what happens next. Like they'll come back now. The gods of death will just bring them back.
You guys are gonna be heartbroken where Wander goes off and like sits in a room and starts using his fucking channel divinity to make new bodies and try to put Tristan's soul into them.
Oh God, that's dark.
We're going to go full Dr. Frankenstein. This is going to be amazing.
Every single time it's gonna fail.
Have you ever seen the
Until
opening
it
of Full
doesn't.
Metal Alchemist?
No, no.
Andrew's like, you have to. Oh, right, go ahead and roll 1d100. You have to hit 101. It's like, wait, wait.
And I say, give me guidance, let's roll.
Oh my god, it would be incredible.
I mean, technically, that is the kind of check guidance could apply to.
At that point, you just have, if I got that, you'd have to be like, well, I mean, you won today, so we'll reconvene tomorrow and when your luck has more bullshit.
It's like, we're going to need to pause the session here while I figure some shit out.
Or ancient dragons.
Five. Oh, wait. That's just one. It's Tiamat. Roll initiative.
Anyway, no dragons materialize. No five-headed paragon of destruction erupts from anywhere.
Aw.
Wander, as the tones of your prayer hum over the campsite, slowly the sky to the the east lightens.
Something very wrong happened.
The sky to the east lightens. Sun beginning to shoot the summer clouds through with pinks and oranges and purples as it rises. The distant tips of the Dorvashi Mountains just visible as shadows in the sunrise. And over the next few hours, your group is able to awaken.
Nice. I gotta change spells. Fuck, I forgot.
If you guys do wish to prepare your spell list for the day, we can take just a quick 2-minute break, and I can refresh my drink and the like, and then I will re-import you when I get back.
Oh,
Perfect.
Hell yeah.
Okay, we'll take a couple-minute break. BRB.
I still
Aye,
can't
Captain.
pause the recording, so
No one say anything incriminating.
Don't talk any shit.
You don't watch these. Come on.
I do.
Uh,
you don't watch the.
and you said I do, and I just suddenly regretted. But yeah, just imagine the quiet humming. Just
I remember that shit was sad.
Yeah,
Like,
it was.
obviously.
I liked it. It was comforting. Made me happy. I was like, oh, I like this interaction. Good job, Kojima.
You did have very simple yet emotional interaction.
Fuck, I gotta choose spells.
I
Yeah,
know
that
I
re-
accidentally clicked and it pulled up. Do you want to level up? And I'm looking at it like, yes.
yes. Yes, I do. But not today.
Soon. Mwah, touch the screen.
Man, that Revivify is gonna be probably pretty important. All right, I'm taking only healing. I'm not fighting today.
Good luck. Cast haste on wander.
He heals twice as fast. 2 life transfers in 1 turn.
No. The opposite of what I wanted. No.
Oh my gosh, I just realized something because of Lorianum I'll be able to do that I've never been able to do. Is
Oh.
because when I cast Dimension Door, it casts it on self,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what happens is when you cast something that is self and someone your size, what actually happens is when you have a horse, it becomes self, and your horse becomes a part of yourself, which then becomes a large size, plus the other person, which means I could literally jump off of a cliff, be almost going to hit into the ground, fly through a dimension door, and 500 feet out from the bottom of the mountain and just keep running.
Yep.
With Naira on the back.
You could technically also take 3 people. Well, 2 other people besides yourself. Because if the steed chooses another person to take as well, because it gives the full effect of the spell, you know what I mean? So the steed could also take somebody while you take somebody, even though you're riding it. So if you had like Naira on you, all 3, or on the horse at the same time, all 3 of you could just boop.
Nice.
Technically, even one more, you could take Valko with.
Duh, he's returned. No more speaking of the plan.
Oh, I could hear you the whole time.
No!
No, it's not fun if you can hear us.
Talk of Dimension Door and steeds.
No, we'll just
What?
gaslight you.
It is what Lorian now has. As
You
well.
didn't hear us. We didn't talk about anything.
Who is ready to be re-imported?
Ready.
I'm not.
Get your shit together.
I have so much.
No, it's true. Spell lists get so fucking out of hand when you're a high-level cleric.
All I
It's
have to do
simple
is
for
make sure
paladin,
you don't die.
That's
Yeah, Cole, I want you to know Deacon hasn't changed his prepared spells since he became a paladin.
I know, you've told me.
Yeah, he's level 10 now.
Like, imagine preparing spells.
Gonna take Bestow Curse and Curse Argent.
I know, yeah. Since he doesn't even make us prepare spells for wizards, so at all times I just have like 60 spells prepared, but I only use like 7 of them. It's like, yeah, if it's in your book, you can use it.
Wow.
Yeah.
He also
I once
notes accordingly.
there was a DM I played with who said for wizards, as like an emergency thing, you could cast a spell that you had not prepared from your book, but doing so would burn it from your book as though it was a spell scroll.
Yep, he's
I
done
like
that for other books. Because I found like 3 other books at this point, and I've burned like 3 pages.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so scared. I don't know what to prepare.
What do you mean? It's going to be a safe day.
You're right. I'll prepare accordingly.
Just always have a Revivify. In case. You never know. A stray arrow could just come out of the hills.
Prepare combat
who?
list.
Yeah, I need to
Hit
have a
Lorem in the
preset
neck.
list. Come on now. Where's the D&D Beyond preset spell list?
Hit Lorem in the
Yes,
neck.
if you
the arrow
wouldn't
gets
mind
the wall.
updating mine. I think it's ready.
Okie dokie.
Ooh.
Boop. Boop.
Ooh, some of the things even look different now. Interesting.
I've only got 2 left. I don't know what to do. I need an adult. That.
Okay,
Yeah.
Uther, you're good to go.
Perfect. It seems to have uploaded. Yeah, if I was D&D Beyond, I would like go and find they're Wizards of the Coast anyways, but I would be like, "Hey, Magic the Gathering art guys, I want you to do minor illusion. I want you to do all of the little cards and then have that be your little icons, you know what I mean?"
Yes.
That would be good.
Does calm emotions work? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, so fuck me, I guess. I'm just gonna take gentle repose for no reason. I've only prepared it twice, and both times I did it, it was a good thing. So here's hoping third time's not the charm.
It is odd. It happens every time. I always see it on my spell list. I'm like, there's no reason I would use that.
That's how I feel, and then I'm like, wait, we can actually die, and I have to be the one who solves that problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. I got
Sometimes,
raised in a king's favor. I can bring people back.
I want you to know, I took away my only healing spell for Fine Steed today.
Yeah, lay on hands.
Yeah, you're right.
Don't use all those
Mm.
yet,
Mm.
please.
Try not to. Unless I just get absolutely fucking nuked and it's like, I will die on the next round.
Heroes never die. We're heroes.
Oh, excuse me. Yep.
Oh shit! By the way,
Right.
I'm ready.
Ah, wondrous.
Wunderbar.
Excellent.
Naira has taken her perch next to me and Hachi is upset. He's like, but now I can't get up there.
Mm. Hmm. Hmm. I gotta
Hmm?
You gotta.
fear.
You have the spell Cause Fear, right?
Yeah, it's called Spirit Guardians.
Do we think we can make it there today? Judging
Yeah,
by the
especially since my cartography skill check was so high, I would assume.
That's damn smile.
I mean, depending on how quickly you guys traveled today, you know that typically a person traveling on foot would expect to go maybe like 20 to 25 miles a day. And you traveled probably the best part of 40 to 50 yesterday. So yeah, like you did definitely make very good time. So it's possible that if you make similarly good time today, you could arrive in the area that is described in the poem. Yeah, within the day, by this evening.
Good.
And assuming, well, we do still have to kind of figure out how to get to where we're going once we get to where we're going, right?
Yep.
That is true. All you like, you guys did basically just went, okay, let's point ourselves north and second star to the right, straight on for 3 days.
Just gonna be a fucking city and little woodland clearing. Just like, all right, you guys are all here for what I expect you are. Go ahead. Can I have your names? And Uther's just like, now hold on a fucking minute.
Just going to be
Takes
there with
off
like a
his
little
cloak.
clipboard.
Takes off his cloak and he's ripped like Boomy from Avatar.
Now we can do this the easy way? Or the hard
No. Very different scenario there. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. Okay, I see you choosing the hard way.
Lorium, anytime someone squares up.
You sure it's not the easy way?
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
We're just like, no. And he's like, the opponent is like, don't worry. I'm not going to fuck him up too bad. We're just like, we're not worried about that.
I'm not sucking you out right now. I'm doing the kindest thing I've ever done.
This is going to
by
happen
the-
the next encounter we have with a human. Wander's going to go up and just be like, look, we will kill you. You may get one of us, but we will kill all of you.
And then just pick up the one you got.
But, Christine?
I was just wondering, I'm going to try and do it myself and see if I can just import my own character.
She's becoming self-aware.
Oh, it lets me. Yeah, we don't need to use or we don't need to harass Andrew for it.
But we want to.
Oh, hold on.
How did you do it?
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine.
Oh, thank you for saying something like that, because it reminded me I have to change stuff because it doesn't import from D&D Beyond.
But it does sound like everybody is back.
No, that didn't work. Andrew, can
okay.
you?
I'll re-import, yeah.
You're like, I've got it. Never
Ooh,
mind.
I'm still important.
Yeah, we only need you for your importing skills.
There we go.
Otherwise, you wouldn't get to sit at the cool kids table. Anyone else have like really bad short-term memory?
I do
In
not know what that is
certain
like.
scenarios, yes. I wish I had Christine's memory.
Yes.
I just looked up and realized that I had a cup of milk from like half an hour ago.
I do that all the time when I start playing D&D.
Oh, to be fair, I do forget about my tea all the time, and then I find cold tea, and I'm like, "Ooh, tea!"
Ooh, piece
No,
of candy.
I will straight up prepare food for May and I sit down to play, and then just 3 hours go by, and then I look to my left. I'm like, holy shit, there's still a plate there.
I've done it more times than I can count where I make tea, come back up to my computer, like 20 minutes pass, and then I get thirsty and I go, where's my tea? And it's on the kitchen counter downstairs.
Yes. and then just from way back of the house, I just hear myself, or no, people will just hear me go like, "God damn it!" And then I slam my door open.
A little dramatic, but you do you.
Oh, he
It
left his
happens so
table.
often. It happens all the look, man. When it happens, like once or twice a week, it's funny. But when it happens every day, you're like, "Come on! This is the third time today."
Wrapping your milk to your wrist. Might get a little messy, but that's a lesson you're willing to learn, right?
Sacrifice I'm willing to make for some milk.
Anyway, sounds like we're all ready to go.
Yeah.
Yes, guys.
Cool. So, the morning has dawned. You have all finished your morning rituals. Naira with your, practicing briefly with your libretto, whilst your unseen servant sees to your hair and the general business of packing up the camp. So, with your morning rituals completed, you are able to load the wagon back up. Tristan and Argent still seeming curiously withdrawn and quiet as the time passes.
Before we set
And
off, can I put that revivify in the ring?
yes, you may. I was just about to ask, is there anything that you wish to do before you get on the road for the day?
Well, before you try to do that, you should probably expend the 3rd level spell that's already in there.
True. I'm not attuned to the ring.
So, Uther, who are you casting aid on?
Naira.
Just Naira?
This is max level Naira.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I choose Naira 3 times?
Give her 30 max HP.
So
Probably would be like, sweetie, you can pick multiple people.
Oh, I was trying to put another level on you. I thought it was like a cake. It's better with more layers, but all right. Here you go, Lorium. And here you go, Wander. There we go. I think it's empty.
Was it a
Other
3rd level
than-
aid or a 2nd?
It was the 3rd. So it's 10 HP.
Nice.
10 max.
Dear God, I'm over 100.
Gasp.
Lorem just looks down as like the ring emanates this soft little purple glow and then shoots out beads towards the 3 of us. He's like, I've never been so relieved to receive my own spell. So do you want that funny horse?
You'll also have to expend the invisibility. You cannot see me. I have evolved invisibility. I may just have a massive glaive, but it is surprisingly effective when crushed through your skull.
Well, that's a 2nd level. So I mean, I could just pump this in, and then he could use it, and then we could still have room for revivify.
That is true.
That's true.
Yeah.
This guy playing Tetris.
So you want the funny horse?
Yes. Let's do this.
All right.
I would also like a funny horse at some point. I mean, if they're going around.
All right, Sunshine, watch this. This should be interesting.
Are they like spirit animals? Do they get unique? Just my wow.
You're about to find out.
It doesn't have to be a horse.
Oh, actually, I'm just going to have Valco at some point, so I don't need a funny horse. I've got a dog.
That's
and
weird.
He's a good boy.
But he will hold out his hand. You can either give him the ring or you can give him the hand. Because this is a 10-minute casting time, so this is while we're getting ready to leave.
You're just holding hands.
I would do it, and I would make eye contact the whole time.
He shudders visibly.
It's like gently stroking his thumb.
Weird. Do not move this hand or I'll break a finger. And I will.
I'm sorry. I'm just really excited. That's all.
Keep it in your pants. I'll begin the 10-minute process of casting Finds into the ring.
Okay.
This feels very Deadpool Colossus. You know, it got better the more you thought about it.
It really did.
There you go. There's the full listing.
Okay. And Uther, are you going to cast this?
Okay, so here's the interesting question. And this is kind of a DM, and I'm not sure if it's defined. But let's say it takes you 10 minutes, of hand holding and eye staring, which was wondrous, to ritual the spell in. Do I then do 10 minutes to unload it? Does that make sense, or does it become an
You do.
instantaneous unload?
No, it takes another
Okay.
10 minutes because you need to essentially establish your own connection and call out and define the parameters and things like that of the steed that you are going to be attempting to reach out to.
Otherwise, spells like Temple of the Gods or whatever would become incredible.
Yeah, you spend like a 5th level spell that takes an hour to cast, and you cast it into the ring, and just like, boop! Or Magic Circle would just be insane.
Do something that takes a year, and then you're just like, and it's here.
It'd be like the moving castle in Castlevania.
I'll just laugh if he's summoned. And he's like, all right, roll a d6. You get a camel.
Well, it does specifically say that you can choose the form.
Yeah, I know.
So, Uther, feeling this power residing in the ring, familiarizing yourself with the shape of it, the way it sends out this call to the realms beyond. What do you reach out to? Who do you reach out to? And where do you reach out for it?
When also, probably. Sorry.
Why?
To write it, of course.
He would take a breath, as then he would sit there and he would focus, of course, going back to the king, thoughtlessly rubbing against the ring on his hand like a worry stone, and be focusing upon death. But his mind, I would imagine, would soon do a bit of wandering, as it would find itself drawing out towards the first time he really got into horses and a grand war horse. As his, though, preferences were always a little bit different, as instead of the fine-looking thoroughbreds, he always preferred the more powerful, though temperamental, mustangs and painted horses. As then he would just kind of try and reach in with some gratefulness to the god of war, to also put some burn within the belly of the horse, and our old death and war, our old ancient alliance, and try and summon up a horse, war horse.
You focus these thoughts churning over and over in your mind. And suddenly, a memory flashes to the fore of a life lived long ago. Events forgotten by your mind, but now called forth once more with crystal clarity. You in armor, sword in your hand, a war cry bursting forth from your lips as a steed thunders forward beneath you into the ranks of an undead foe arrayed before you. On either side, brothers and sisters in arms, all of you unleashing a war cry for Kelemvor. The rest of you watch as Uther meditates. And slowly, you all begin to hear this rising sound of thunderous charge. The stillness of this grove in which you have camped is broken as, in not only Uther's voice, but a cacophony of raised voices of righteous fury, this war cry bursts forth. The ring flashes with not with light, but darkness. And cantering from through the thicket at the edge of the grove, stamping to a halt, snorting, tossing its mane, speckled with sweat and blood fresh from the battlefield. Uther, you recognize your steed of long ago. Umbra, black dappled with purest ebony white.
As
Or
he'll
ivory
just
white.
sit up and I was imagining pearlescent when you said it. I was like, one angle it's white, the other it's spade. But he would just go, sit up, eyes opening, go, Umbra, what are you? As then he would just like do that mental reach out to bring him over, going into some old ritual he's long forgotten. As he would then reach over and run his hands along his face, patting into the side, a big smile, as he would then turn. Well, Lorium, I think you gave me a bigger gift than you thought you had. As he would like put his hand to some of the blood, looking and go, I like your paint, boy. And give him another pat.
You feel its joy at this reunion, at being summoned from the court once more to your side. You feel the question in you coming from it through the connection that you now share. We ride to battle, Mortalis.
I have need of you once again. It will be many battles and many boring nights, but all of them, I'll feel more comfortable knowing you are here. As he then would do that and just go, oh, and you need to take care of her. She's my mate. As he would then kind of gesture towards Naira. And if something happens to her, it happens to me. And I think you, so we're all in this together.
Naira, this massive beast of a horse, equal in size to Sunshine, trumps forward with hooves the size of dinner plates, crunching across the grass before gently pressing its face into you in a gesture of affection.
Nice to meet you, Umbra. You are a very handsome steed.
Bows slightly dipping down on one leg. Or he.
Oh no, now we have a female and a male. Lauren would just be standing next to Sunshine, just patting her snoot. And I'm guessing you rode with this one before. He would be asking you.
You see, sorry, I thought you were talking to your horse. And I don't know if our horses ran together, maybe in the far twilight beyond. But he smiles and goes, yeah, strangely, I have. This is the best one I had. Really, he just knew. Damn brave, too. Smash into a line of paladins, he would.
Umber kind of stamps and tosses his mane proudly.
Just be
Well, we're gonna
careful.
need to get you
He
some
does have a
groceries.
bite and toss instinct on people.
We're gonna get
We hear
you some lovely brushes and some amazing barding. Um, and this is my unseen servant, Paget. She will take such good care of you.
Kind of like snorts curiously, but
Doesn't see anything.
it's fine. It
And
does
I'm
seem
putting
to
that.
screen a little bit as you express your intent to, essentially like care for it and in
Check him
its
out.
in from its perspective honor it. Him.
The question is, are you going to roll for HP for it like I did with Sunshine?
What is it? Is it
1 moment. It is
I'll let you know, I rolled 1 less than the average.
No. You gotta help me do it.
3d10 plus 3.
okay?
You'll get a 25
Let's
total.
see. 2, 3.
Can he use his inspiration?
If you wish, yes.
Yes.
So I will
So-
allow you to re-roll one of the die. You can roll
Okay.
3d10 and then choose which one you wish to re-roll.
All 10s.
Ooh.
I'm gonna reroll one of those twos. Ow.
It's okay, it'll be a 10. Right?
Yeah, it'll
Here
be
we
a 10.
go. Save me. Save me.
Yay! So 18?
So 18, just like
18.
Sunshine.
18, yeah.
One below average. Woo! That 10 carried.
Yeah, I did.
Uther owner. Okay, you should now have access. You may need to refresh Foundry, but you should now have access to a folder labeled Mount, within which you, Uther, should see Umbra.
Nice.
Ooh. Are you going to make him roll for barding too?
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten that we did that. So I can't remember how we did that.
I think we just rolled basically, let me see, 5e barding. We rolled on the table for like a d6 or a d5. I ended up
I
getting
think
a
that
1,
was it.
so I got leather barding.
So yes, actually, Uther, roll me a d6.
All right. Cow.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh!
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah. So you can actually see already that Umbra has appeared wearing the battle garb of a mount of the army of Kelemvor. Black steel chainmail with heavy leather reinforcing along the seams garbs his shoulders and head, trailing back over his haunches with a war saddle with strappings for mounts of weapons, lances, and the like, is already sitting upon him, ready for use.
Look at that. You came equipped in everything, buddy. You never lost a bit of the fight in you. Knew you wouldn't. As then he would just like go through and be like, holy shit, they have my long rifle holster? This is great. Just start going through and like setting up his horse.
Just going to get an antimatter rifle later.
As he would then, after getting it set up, he would turn and just, all right, Naira, take him for a spin. You got to get used to him. That's like riding a bike for me. Everything else I've been trying to compare.
Naira's hopped right up. She's like, okay, just like this.
See the 3 pine cones? Just point them out towards the top of the tree. And then go full gallop. Try and take the shot when you feel both feet are in the air. Be working your way along the trail as we keep heading. As then do it, because it's good training. And then get everyone ready and set to continue our journey north.
Umbra seems determined to show off for you, Naira. The slightest touch of encouragement from your heels, and he launches into a full gallop, just plowing heedlessly through vegetation, leaping over obstacles, and just galloping, seeming to revel in this freedom that he has now that he has been summoned, and also apparently determined to show himself off, show himself worthy to the bride of Uther.
Well, here's hoping I don't embarrass myself. I want to shoot those
Uh,
pine cones.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity check first. Or you can make it a dexterity save if you prefer.
I did okay.
Oof. Okay, yeah. No, you are. It is practically second nature to you on this mount now. Despite the surging power evident in
This
it,
horrible feeling that everybody else on this call was just like, fail, fail.
No, no, no.
No.
you are practically able to like hop up and kind of stand perched on the saddle as he plows back and forth across across the little grove and meadow that you have camped beside. And yeah, go ahead and roll me 3 range attack rolls. You can roll them as normal, despite the fact that you are being galloped back and forth.
Lorium's just
I'll
whispering
just
to something. You
roll
could
the
totally
advantage once and then roll a second one. Oh, well, one of them I missed, definitely.
Well,
I mean, that's still a 14. Holy crap. And yeah, I mean, a couple of your some of your shots are a little wavering, but overall, again, there's this. Your mind is called back to the time. You're not sure how long it was precisely that you spent in the court during the fate that was your wedding. The events, dances, talks, feasts that encompassed that strange time. But there's something curiously familiar about all of this and how naturally it comes to you. You almost wondering, perhaps in that place between times, this is not the first time you have written such a mount.
Honey, I did it.
Just that applause, and then bringing in the horse and helping Naira down. Well, then just turning and making his way over to the other horses, committing an introduction, and then, but the first thing I'll say to them is I'll just say, I think I was wrong with your names. We're going to rename you something I think is much more accustomed to what I feel your nature is, as you will now be known as Baguette and Cigarette.
They just kind of look at each other and go, I mean, you're still going to feed us, right?
Oh, I thought
Yes.
they were French.
one of
You're
them
Sounds
is.
if
still
you
going
are
to
going
feed
to
us, right?
The other one pipes up.
I think you're more refined than a hammer and anvil. and just listen to and gesture towards Sunshine and Umbra. They'll make sure you don't get yourself killed. They're good leaders.
So, am I Cigarette and he is Baguette?
Exactly.
Très bien.
Don't forget it.
And then I inform everyone of their new names. And then get ready
Naira
to
makes a
ride.
face. She does not approve of their new names.
Go ahead and tell them that. Oh, wait. You can't speak to horses.
I have this libretto, and if I spend an
No.
hour.
No. Uther has the most incredibly unique and niche talent.
This is why I haven't done it yet. That is the
But-
problem with Naira. She steps on everybody's toes.
With your old friend newly acquainted and the introductions made and other preparations concluded, it's well past dawn, probably about 8:30, 9 o'clock-ish, when you guys are ready to once more take to the road. Is there any further preparation or anything else you wish to do before breaking camp for the last?
I'll put Revivify in the ring.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll just suddenly grab Uther's hand and look like I'm going to smash a diamond on it, and as I do, it just disappears into the ring.
He makes eye contact with you the whole time.
I'm gonna use one charge of that.
hits his finger.
Gonna use a charge of that harness divine power to get my second level spell slot.
Oh, I wish I could do that.
Okie dokie.
And I will spend some time this morning playing with Valco.
Okay. Valco, for his part, seems quite enamored with this massive new acquaintance that has come into camp, sniffing curiously around him, but accepting him all, when it becomes evident that the rest of you are comfortable with him, running joyously alongside as you gallop back and forth. And then, very happily receiving you back down to the ground, he will play with you whilst Wander concludes the Revivify casting, stores it within the ring. Is there anything else you guys wish to do? Or are you all good to take to the road?
Road time.
Okay. And are both Sunshine and Umbra going riderless, or is anybody going to be riding either of them?
I just got my Mustang back. I'm gonna be riding it today.
Okay.
Sunshine's still just taking charge, leading.
Okay. So you're going to be in the carriage, in the driver's bench with Wander?
Yeah.
I'd actually like to be sitting in the carriage.
Oh, inside? Okay.
Naira will ask if Uther would prefer to, catch up with Umbra on his own.
Be very careful with how you answer.
There is no, this is not a test.
Oh no.
It's definitely a test.
Naira has never done this. I don't know,
No, just whatever you want to do. I'm happy. That makes me the happiest. Whatever makes you happiest makes me happiest.
Naira casts Bane.
She's turned on us, Umbra. Bite her.
Immediate instinct is to tell your horse to bite your wife.
Just toss her.
Fucking horse dies. You're just like, go on, Lorium, cast it again.
No. We're gonna do a brief retcon. Naira doesn't ask Uther that. What she does is say, "You go enjoy catching up with your old friend. I'm gonna ride on the carriage."
Oh, now you done fucked up.
All right. Sounds good. As soon as you hop off, he's like, yee, and just starts taking off. Oh!
We're gonna find him in a little while with a broken neck, aren't we?
Him or the
What?
horse?
No. Takes
Naira's just gonna keel over on the carriage. No one's gonna know what to do.
starts tying a lasso.
Like a lover dying in Among Us.
No, he said it.
Your time has come. I want you to know every single time you say among, he sends me a DM saying, Gus!
Among Us.
Among Us.
A-M-U-H-E-S.
Can I get some guidance from my friendly neighborhood cleric?
I'm sure your druid would be happy to.
All right, good.
No, I want it. No, I want it. Yeah, you get Guido.
Thanks.
Then please, roll me your cartography tools check again.
Wait, I want to be the favorite son.
Me too.
Enough.
17. It is enough, but it's noticeably harder. And that's no coincidence. It's not simply that, you're having a off day or anything like that. The land itself has been changing the further and further north you go. The well laid out, well marked and maintained tracks that you traveled nearer Perona have been gradually giving way to more and more Spartan and fuck off, cat. Sorry. More and more Spartan and rough pathways. Some of them, it becomes a challenge to find trails that will take the bulk of your carriage, allow you passage. But with the 17, you are still able to fairly unerringly guide the group north, looking ahead, scouting the lay of the land to find trails that will follow the natural folds and contours, and making pretty good progress. As you travel, even the few signs of civilization that you had seen during the late afternoon of the day before gradually fade away. The forest grows denser and lusher, older, the trees growing taller either side of the tracks that you travel, the underbrush denser. Calls of animals are now all that you hear. Birds and various beasts watching you curiously from branches or distant knolls that crown above the canopy that you travel through. It's actually quite again, idyllic, pleasant day of travel. The forest is lush, verdant, in full bloom as spring has turned into summer. Birds and animals in the full rush of activity as they prepare to make the most of the warmest months of the year before winter drives them further south or into their dens for hibernation. Everything buzzes with this activity. And anybody who is proficient in nature can go ahead and make me a roll.
I don't think I am. I am not. Well, I have Jack of all trades, so technically I'm half
So you can
proficient
still
in
roll.
everything.
Yeah.
Nat 20 himbo. Okay. Well.
Oh, that's good, dude. That's
So Uther, you do note that this forest is
Made of
this
trees.
portion of the forest that you are traveling through is indeed made of trees, but is also particularly lush and verdant. Typically, something like this you would usually expect to see in old forests, old with a capital O, forests that have stood since before the cities of man grew on the lands around them. Great gnarled, twisting oaks that may, in some cases, be older even than you, old as you are, spread their branches over the trails that you find among them. It's a impressive, sombering sight. And Naira, with your 24, there is definitely some power behind these woods. to see growth of this, to see forest that is this verdant, this lush, this teeming with life, would normally suggest the presence of a druid circle or some other form of natural empowerment. There is nothing unnatural about it. There is nothing here that you would not expect to see in an Avignoseran forest. You're certain of that. There is nothing. There is no form of corruption or twisting in any of what you have seen. But all of it is larger, brighter, more vibrant than you would normally expect it to be. Even as you go deeper and deeper into these wild lands, further and further away from trees that may ever have needed to fear the bite of a woodsman's axe. There is more here than simple forest.
I alert people to my suspicions. Um, wish we had Tristan. How is Tristan, by the way? Still just sitting in
Still very
somber silence?
quiet. Essentially, yes.
This feels like this would be a very good Tristan situation.
Should we find
If
a
you
book
wish to
real
try
quick?
and engage him in conversation, you may. He doesn't have that same kind of distant, withdrawn look. But he is sitting in the carriage, essentially just staring out of the window, taking in the forest around you.
Wander is inside watching him the entire time.
Uther would just, because, they're on this long journey still through the woods, he would be playing and singing Sylvan and Elvish songs, because going through such old woods.
Give me a perform check.
See? All right.
Granty. And now everyone give me a perception check.
A moonstone dragon appeared. No. Oh.
I was all proud of my
Even with
23.
disadvantage.
Jesus.
That's a curse.
And Uther, you may roll your perception with advantage.
Certainly. Advantage.
Oh!
Ooh!
Hey!
I'll take it.
Naira, Wander, and Uther. As you move through this forest, Uther, you sing these songs in Sylvan, recalling old, half-forgotten tunes that, in this place, spring to new life in your mind. And as the strains of these songs weave between the trunks of the trees, Naira, Wander, and Uther, all three of you, become aware of new presences. Not just animals and birds that watch you curiously as you pass. This carriage rocking back and forth across these rough roads, or the trails and tracks, not even roads. Flitting from branch to branch, keeping pace with you. Shimmering in and out of visibility. There are the unmistakable, tiny forms of Fae. Small voices tinkling in Sylvan like sleigh bells, singing the refrain of your songs back to you.
He would kind of tense up a little bit as he would just kind of continue playing, but more sing out. Greetings, cousin. You find yourselves out in the woods. Are you looking for a little bit of entertainment? Perhaps we could speak with each other. Or you can continue just to listen, as he would continue just to strum.
You kind of make eye contact with one that seems slightly more solid than the others. Most of them, as I said, are kind of seem to be shimmering half in and half out of existence, like landing on one bow and then fading, but not leaving it as you pass. One of them, for a moment, seems to solidify slightly more, making eye contact with you, and just cocks its head as you talk, almost like a bird watching you. It's these great butterfly wings on its small body fluttering for a moment. As you give this invitation, there's again this kind of sleigh bell tinkling laugh, and it fades from existence. But you understand in its laugh a feeling of an acceptance of your offer, of this gift of song. And strangely, as you sing, the path seems to open up, level out. The carriage stops rocking as the ground becomes smoother. No track or trail really visible, but an unmistakable path between the trees, leading you on northward.
He would let out a breath and say, "Oh, that I think could have gone much worse, but I don't think it could have gone much better." As he'll just continue then, even playing a little bit louder, the smile as continuing north.
For several hours, this path through the forest continues. Clean and winding, but ever northward, leading you toward your destination. Above the trees, above the canopy, the sky slowly begins to darken slightly. The hours of the day passing, noon through the afternoon, and on toward the early evening. You realize it's been several hours since you saw even the barest trace of civilization. And so it's quite incongruous and surprising when the path that you've been traveling firms up beneath your wheels, becoming more clearly a track, a road indeed, that winds its way through the forest, with stones set up on either side, marking the boundaries of the road and the routes that you should follow. And in the distance, among the trees, in a large, clear valley, you all see the flicker of lantern light in the early evening air.
Hmm.
Well, seems like we're coming up on somebody. You don't think this is the spot?
Turns towards Naira.
Turn toward sunshine.
Turns in 360 degrees.
Based on where I believe it to be.
Mm-hmm.
This, I mean, based on what the poem said, this would be about where you would expect to be after, for most people, 3 days of dedicated northward travel from Perona. This would be, I mean, as close to, you don't exactly have an X on your map, but if you did, this would be about where you would expect it to be.
I've got the sneezes. Hold on.
You're fine.
Best guess, we are where we should be, but obviously I've never been here before. Maybe we should ask Argent if he feels like this is good.
What say you?
Argent seems to almost shake itself as though from deep thought. Stands and stares and looks out of the front of the carriage. This is the gate. I do not recognize it, but it is here somewhere. We are close. The path to the realm of Argent. It is somewhere. Who stands in my way? I cannot see it. The gate is guarded. The bridge is cut. I do not see it.
Well, getting upset over it ain't gonna fix nothing. We'll figure it out.
We must. Yes, we must.
Do you know how to do that?
No. The part of me that knew it is beyond. I will not know how to cross until we have crossed.
Okay, well, why don't I go have a look around? And then Mallory's going to get out and start doing this.
Okay.
We're just going to, huge area here. Just immense area.
Boom. You cast Detect Magic, opening your senses wide, broadening the spectrum that your eyes can see. And immediately, the world around you shimmers in a vast spectrum of new awareness. Not only is there magic everywhere, all about you. The very fabric of the air seems saturated by it. It seems like a curious blend. On the one hand, illusion. Wrong channel there.
I know. Look, man, they're the same color on my thing. Ignore it.
Someone immediately looked down, and I was like, "Oh, you did a whoopsie."
I know.
On the one
was gonna-
hand, illusion, and on the other, conjuration. Both of them intertwined together.
And how far away is this lantern light?
From where you can see it, it's maybe half a mile ahead.
Well, I say we keep riding on to it until we can't anymore. Shall we dismount and leave the horses then?
Well, from where you are, as I said, the path that you had followed, though it had gotten had been for whilst Uther had been singing, had become easier. It has now fully broadened out into a road. That is seems to be a smooth path up toward where you can see the lanterns glimmering in the gathering twilight up ahead.
All right.
I see
Okay, so
absolutely
there's
no reason
magic
to
just
continue on.
everywhere. I'm feeling a little bit high, actually.
Everywhere you say.
Yeah, just absolutely everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen this much magic just sort of around in one place. It's quite remarkable. And to Argent, I will say, um, what exactly are the rules of hospitality?
One moment. Rules. Hospitality. Chivalry demands. Gifts accepted. Payment given. Honesty in word and deed. Honor to thy host. Comfort to thy guest.
So we need to bring a gift. Payment.
I
And
could
just
try to
in
make a
general be
golden.
quite nice.
Could try to make a golden symbol of the Argent Shield.
Lorium, with your divine sense, you do not pick up anything specifically hallowed or otherwise, but there is an unmistakable scent almost to the air. Like the scent, like wildflowers in a meadow. That is something that you can smell. Being in the forest, the air is full of these sights and sounds and scents of nature all around you. And as you open your senses with the extra awareness that your connection to a divinity grants you, that same sort of sensation permeates even that extra awareness.
Out of curiosity, when he sees Tristan, does Argent seem more or less still like what's the word? I guess the same as he has been, or since he was the last time he saw
Give me an
him,
insight
or
check.
would Dorian do that?
Lorium specifically with his divine
Yeah, because
sense.
he's using divine sense.
That's fair. More so, the celestial presence that has been persistent within him is manifested to a greater degree.
Mm.
Is there anything that looks like an entrance, almost like a pathway, or is it just a wide open?
It's a road. Yeah. Like.
Oh, okay.
I mean, are you looking for like any kind of turnoffs or anything like that, or? Because the road goes ahead and seems to like curve a little bit out into what looks like a clear-ish valley, and you can't quite make out through the trees that still stand between you and it from this distance, at least. The shape ahead of like it looks to be some sort of structure or something with multiple, like I said, you can see the lights of lanterns, what seem to be flickering around it.
Okay. No, Lorium will just hear the horses a little bit closer until we get to the valley.
Okay. As you come out into the valley, although, sorry, before we get to that, Wander, did you have a question? I heard you saying something.
Oh, no.
No? Okay, never mind then. You come out of the forest, urging your horses forward, and you see a rather pleasantly laid out valley meadow, gently sloping down and back up in this basin amidst the forest that surrounds it on all sides. And the road meanders through it. And now that you're out further, you can see that it moves past what appears to be a tavern sitting comfortably in the center of the valley. The gathering twilight brightening the lanterns that are hung about its door. It's a fairly large, well-made looking structure. Stone ground floor, wooden walls rising from it with a thatched roof. The light of fire from inside gleams in windows, and smoke curls nicely from several chimneys about its structure.
That looks like a place. Hey, devil. He looks over to Uther.
Yeah.
Now, this could be as simple as just walking in the door, but we might as well show hospitality, right?
So what you're telling me is you want to go in sneaky like with my invisibility? I like your idea.
Wait, no.
Wait. Uther just snaps and he's gone.
Why don't you go ahead and play some pleasantries?
Should I do something to announce our coming, or should I do something a bit more to get their attention? Ah, all right. As he would then dismount and begin his walk up and begin to play. Something a bit more like him-like.
Him-like? As in H-I-M or H-Y-M-N?
H-Y-M-N.
Okay. Of any particular kind of faith or practice?
I would go with the one that mattered the most to me, so I'd go like more the Kellamvor hymns and the like.
Okay.
And at the same time, Lorian would just tap on the wagon. All right, everybody, get out, and especially you, Art, and start dismounting.
Okay, you're Dismounting from the carriage?
Yep.
Okay. You're still a good, probably, like, quarter mile or more away from the building at this point, by the way.
Damn it. Can we just say we do this like 200 feet away?
Yes. Well, as you approach, Uther, please give me a perform check.
Oh.
I was about to be like, you got this, boo, but you do.
You do? You just do?
The strains of your performance once more echo out, now filling this valley rather than winding their way between the boughs of trees. And as you draw closer to this tavern, you can see figures moving about it. There are what appear to be a pair of guards out the front that have been kind of watching you since you emerged, evidently since you emerged from the tree line, and now seem to kind of relax, leaning against the fence that runs along the outside of the small balcony that leads up toward the front door. They kind of, one of them leans his halberd down and puts his elbows down, apparently just enjoying the sounds. The door swings open, and several other figures emerge, seeming to be just people of. It's hard to tell exactly what kind of from the distance where you're still a couple hundred feet away. It's hard to tell more about them than other the fact that they're dressed kind of comfortably, as though having come in from a day's work somewhere or potentially from a day's travel of their own. And all of them watch as your carriage draws closer. Evidently some of them, at least, listening to the sounds of Uther's song. And none of them make any kind of hostile move, just sort of watching politely and curiously as you draw closer.
Roll up, coming to a stop in the finishing crescendo, and then just put my hand ceasing the music and just go, "Oh, howdy, y'all," and give them a genuine, charming smile.
A man who has emerged, a tall, well-built, strapping fellow, looks kind of the far side of middle age, has that sort of vibe of retired adventurer who's opened up went and opened up a tavern with his winnings from his career. Emerges, kind of wiping his hands on a towel, before tucking it into a pocket on his apron and going, "Ah, we appear to have guests then. Well, welcome. I am Elevar, and welcome to the Tavern of the Vale. It's good to have you joining us. Do you need stabling for your horses?"
Yes, as well as I'm willing to pay for brushing and making sure they get well taken care of. As he would swing off and then go, "I think we're here."
Of course. The hospitality of the tavern is extended to you all. And he turns to this guard and just says, "Theodore, would you see to their mounts? I'll, come in. We have food, we have drink, and, well, music as well, though I see that you have that covered on your own."
I'm pretty good. My wife's much better. He'll just smile.
Yes. Well, we shall have to, I do hope that you shall grace us with a performance then, before the night is done.
Oh, I'd be honored. And
Then
she's
come
going to
in,
say goodbye.
and he turns and seems to be kind of shepherding the guests back in. Everybody give me perception checks.
Yeah, something weird. Oof.
Uther's like, "Don't bite him. He's coming up. Don't bite him." To his horse.
Naira and Wander. You both getting a closer look at these guests. Almost, well, in fact, all of them have a slightly kind of artificial look. Almost like a kind of they're just this side of the uncanny valley, as though their forms are, though doubtlessly living and breathing, and vibrantly alive, as though they are living statues carved in the semblance of people rather than people themselves. There's a slight elfin touch to eyes, a unnatural gait that does not quite match the build of the figure that bears it. Strange little touches and changes. And Elavar says, do come in, do come in.
Naira's going to glance back to Lorium and sort of touch her face at the side of her eye and stare at him poignantly, hoping he gets it.
Do 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 do.
Do. Sorry.
I know, right? I know. Hop.
Again, no sense of fiends or celestials or anything of the sort. Although, well, actually, celestials. There is again that sense, that permeating sense that the air is somehow more vibrantly alive in this place than it is in others. But there is also a kind of unmistakable sense that though this ground is not precisely hallowed in terms of the a ritual of that sort having been performed here, there is no doubt as you open your mind and open your senses to the vibrations of this place, that it is closer to the celestial planes than the material realm.
Through the earpiece, just seemed like on the right track. He would sit back for a moment and look on the wagon. Just sort of whisper. Argent, come on.
And as
Right.
Naira walks
Thank
up
you.
to Uther, she goes, I was thinking about the horses' names. Out of curiosity, what do you think of like cognac and maybe Chambord? She looks hopeful.
Shamboard, like a board meeting of people who run shams.
No. It's a sweet kind of liquor. I thought you might like that.
I like cognac.
Oh, good. Okay. So, if I can find another name like cognac, would you consider maybe not going with baguette and cigarette?
But doesn't it have a ring to it? Like once you talk to him, I swear, like you'll really understand.
And she gets kind of excited and she leans in and she goes, "What about absinthe? Cognac and absinthe."
Nope, there's no ring to it. It's gotta have a better ring than baguette and a cigarette.
I'm just gonna tell those horses their names or something different.
You could sure try, honey.
I think he just is amused at how much I don't like it, she says to Lorium.
Much
Well,
like your
then.
lewd dance, you only like cigarettes when you're drunk.
I can't get in.
Oh,
Okay, I
there we
thought
go.
we were all just crowding around the door.
there we go. Okay. Tristan will come in after you. He seems curiously quiet and subdued. As you enter, though, you can see what looks to be a quite well-appointed, comfortable, neat, and kind of quite like but plush almost tavern. There are these thick, well-made rugs on the floors. The tables themselves are well decorated. It's the kind of place, like the sort of decor and everything, that is almost like a sort of more understated version of what you would expect to see in an establishment like the Exquisite Plush, though it doesn't have quite the same level of shall we say, joie de vivre as that place. It's that same level of comfort, class, and wealth on display. And there are a pair of bards who kind of nod happily to you as you enter, playing for the apparent enjoyment of the guests that have gathered around them. Elevar, for his part, moves behind the bar, gesturing you all over. Lorium and Wander, what are you guys up to?
Great question.
Just slowly, like, scanning the surroundings.
Yeah, I was just following Lorium.
No, sorry.
Yeah, there is a woman who was standing there, apparently just kind of with a glass of wine in her hand, just sort of nodding her head, apparently happily listening to the music. As you approach, she sort of smiles somewhat curiously at you, but doesn't make any move to engage you in conversation unless you do.
What about cognac and whiskey?
I can certainly furnish you with a drink of that if you'd like.
Oh, yes, to drink. Perfect.
That's not what I meant, but okay. We'll put a pin in it.
He would just sort of look at the woman and do a little nod of the head, like a polite little, not a bow, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Lorium's making friends.
Shut up.
Showing Wander how to do it.
Good evening, ma'am. I hope it's not to any offense, but we happen to be travelers out from currently Perona. Could I ask whereabouts you and your friends, if there are any over here, come from?
Oh no, I am here alone. But yes, you may.
And whereabouts would that be, ma'am?
I am from the Vale. I have lived here my whole life.
You have a settlement up here?
Of a sort, yes. It has always been home, a most comfortable place.
He just does a little chuckle to himself.
And what of you? What brings you up from Perona to these reaches?
Tempting to save a life of a boy who doesn't need to die and restore order, if you want the honest answer.
I very much did. And I appreciate it. Lorium and Wanderer, both of you guys can give me an insight check.
This is ominous as fuck.
Yeah.
Taverns, man. We gotta stay out of these.
6.
Lorium, you think she's just being kind of politely kind of just disengaged, making sort of just conversation with the enormous tiefling, that armored tiefling that's walked in. She does seem kind of curiously au fait about the whole enormous armored tiefling with a massive glaive strapped to his back. Whole part of that. Wonder, you noticed that there was a curious kind of weight to those last words that she said, where she said that she did want an honest answer and that it was appreciated.
As we're walking away, Wander will quietly to say, I mean, nah, he won't even say it quietly. He'll just say to Lorian, "Are we being tested now?"
Perhaps. But before that, he would have just nodded again politely and just said, "Thank you for entertaining my curiosity, ma'am," and walked away.
She just kind of watches you leave, takes a sip from her glass. At the bar, Tristan comes and sits somewhat stiffly, staring ahead, seeming quite subdued and withdrawn. While Elavar says, "So, whiskey for the gentleman, and cognac for the lady. Now, welcome to my tavern. Then, will you be staying for the night?"
Are we your guests here?
But of course. I mean, it's a tavern. I don't know what else you would be. If you come here with honest intent, I don't see what you could be but guests.
Wondrous.
You do, right? Come here with honest intent?
Oh, yes.
Indeed.
Then all to the good. All to the good. Guests you are.
And how much
And,
for them?
Oh, well, why don't I let you see them and you can see what you think they're worth? I don't like to set a price. Just, people can't afford to pay. I like each to their own, as they say.
He'll raise an eyebrow. How about you tell me what it's worth? I'll take it sight unseen. As he's going to reach down and he's going to pull out 50 gold pieces and send it on the countertop. And then just lean back and go, whatever you think back. I'm sure if that's not enough, you have my apologies. I'll be more than willing to put a few more down.
He looks down and kind of blinks in apparent surprise at the wealth that you have placed down. And he goes, "Oh, come now, sir. Come now, sir. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. How about a silver?"
You
That
see,
sounds
as
like
he's
it's worth
shake,
at least 2 gold.
darling, at least 10.
I'm so sorry.
As
I'm still new at this.
he'll smile and put down 10. As he'll go, reaching into his pocket, he'll pull out a Carvalen silver. One of not his blessed ones, but one of his generalized coins, and set it at the top of his chip pile, so to say, and then slide him the 10 gold pieces across.
He goes, and he kind of picks up the silver coin, tosses it over the back of his hands for a second, and holds it up. Stares
It's
at
far
you.
from home.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Tokens of home always have their value. Some more than others. Certainly it'll buy you a room. And he scoops the whole lot up and sets drinks down in front of you and Naira. And turns to Lorium and Wonder and says, "And what of you lads? What drink can the house provide for you?"
Are these two playing, by the way?
They are.
Please, sir, just a simple drink and meal would be lovely.
What do you say? He looks at you, Wonder, and face goes kind of wooden for a moment as he stares at you. And he goes, "Well now, it's been a little while since we've had somebody like you passing through the Vale." He glances over at Tristan and Argent and says, and then back at you. Says, "I don't suppose I can get you anything, can I?"
No, thank you.
Wonder, would you like some milk?
Not now.
Oh, I could help it over here. You're here to save a life then, are you?
Is that towards anyone in particular?
Seems to be like sweeping his gaze over all of you.
And Wander will go, yes.
And how are you exactly you planning on doing that? Where are you heading?
Here? There's a question mark at the end of that.
Was here? Well, there's little enough lives that need saving here, lad. This is just a tavern. Where are you going from here? This is a stop on the way.
Excuse me while
I
I
hope.
furiously type in a planning channel that you don't need.
Yeah. Of course. We all take a moment to cough. And then Wander will just say, I hope to find out.
In response to what specifically?
In response to him asking, the question that he asked. Another thing that nothing popped up and nothing to consider was made. The thing he just said. Fuck, what he
Okay.
just say? Damn you, short-term memory.
I believe it was. Where are
He's-
you?
This is just a
sorry, yes, he
stop
said.
along the way.
Yeah,
stop.
he
Yeah,
said,
this is a stop along the way. Where are you heading?
Where are you heading? Yes. Then to that, Wonder will just say, I hope to find out here.
Oh, indeed. Well, if you're looking for directions, I can certainly try and help. But, well, in order to do that, as I said, and he slides a tankard of mead over to you, Lorium, and then turns and calls out, and this door opens, and somebody, a woman, emerges with several plates. She carries out and sets in front of each of you. And she goes, "There you go, thank you." And he says, "Thank you for your generous payment. It'll more than pay for the room and the food and drink as well, of course." She moves back over into the kitchen.
one of Naira's ears, by the way, has pivoted, so she is listening to the musicians. I assume they're good.
Very. I mean, obviously, you being Naira and having traveled in company with Uther and being the possessor of the orchestral violin, you have heard and you have yourself performed better, but it's pretty damn good.
Lorium
will just look towards Uther and says, "Oh, so you already paid for this?"
I think so. Am I incorrect? As I would just look towards Elevar.
Oh no, as I said, uh, if you're willing to accept the room sight unseen, the least I can do is take your coin for food and drink.
And Naira will smile at Lorium and say, yes, it's customary for a lord to, fund the lifestyle of his knight.
As he would just take the tankard and sort of clank it on the table, look towards the bartender and say, "Cheers, sir."
And cheers to your good self, sir.
And then take a swig and place it down.
It's really good.
It's the best. Then towards just an eye of surprise at it. And then he would look up and say, "I believe the description was a bridge."
Well, you're looking for a bridge? Where to? Over what?
Well, as you said, that too would just be a stop along the way.
Well,
We're
indeed.
looking,
So, if I'm to point you at a particular bridge, it'd be nice to know where you mean it to take you.
as he
Are
would just
there,
sort of eye Argent. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, are there many bridges around here?
Oh, well, it depends on how far you want to go. And where you want him to take you.
Now,
If you truly do mean to save a life, that's a worthy enough cause, and I'd be happy to point you in the right direction.
1 second as I look something up that I'm sure my character would remember.
Okie dokie.
Do. Ah. Our main goal is to find a shield to support and saving the life mentioned. But that would be located, as far as I'm aware, at a place called Narrowvale.
Narrowvale. Is that what you're looking for? Oh, well, you should have said. Is that right, then? You're heading to Narrowvale to save a life?
We hope.
Seems to be quite the journey. An awful lot of trouble you're putting yourselves through to save a life. Mind if I ask why?
Because lives are worth saving.
Boy doesn't need to die.
A boy now? Putting yourself to an awful lot of trouble for a young wee scrap of a lad.
As his eye just shifts over to Argent. Any reaction from him?
Argent is actually fairly stone-faced throughout all of this, although you do notice that as he says, awful lot of trouble for a poor wee scrap of a lad, Elevar's eyes look directly to Argent.
You are given the impression that you're a little more familiar with our situation than you're letting on, sir.
Why, whatever do you mean, lass?
Well, I could be wrong, of course.
You could be, but, well, that's not to say you are. I would never want to impose such a thing on a guest of mine. But, well, being that you are guests here, and being that you've been very polite so far, well, it'd be remiss of me as a host if I didn't do what I could to help you. Well, Nerevala you do seek, and if it is to save a life, why then, well, I suppose I could point you in the right direction to that. Will you be staying the night?
Naira looks to Uther. She's afraid.
Lorium looks to Naira and just says, I suppose we have a little bit of time to spare, don't we?
I would love to. I think we should. I mean, you have been such a generous host so far, and the atmosphere is absolutely delightful. And she gestures toward the musicians.
Kind of you to say, kind of you to say. I go through an awful lot of trouble to keep it that way.
Yes, I think we will stay the night.
Grand to hear, grand to hear. Okay, so I'll make sure that we have some rooms set up for you, and can certainly tell you which way to go. But mind you, I've heard that the path in Nerevala can be, well, a little troublesome. The people up there don't take kindly to outsiders.
Don't worry,
Can
I'm
be a
sure
mite.
they'll love me.
Well, if you're as gracious as to them as you have been to myself, I don't see why they would not. But I've heard they can be a mite unreasonable. They keep their own counsel. They've got their strange ways.
Don't we all?
We do, Missy, that we do. Well, for now, for the rest of the evening, enjoy yourselves. The food and the wine, you've more than paid for it. So eat and drink your fill. The beds will be upstairs for you when you're ready. And in the morning, you can be on your way to Nerevala.
Thank you, sir.
And he refreshes each of your drinks, and then seems to go around doing a circuit of the room, refilling drinks, chatting to patrons, seeming familiar and happy with all of them. The atmosphere, the food, the drink, all of it is excellent. You find yourselves feeling comfortable, rested, sated from the dust and effort of travel for the long day. Is there anything that you wish to do throughout the evening before you head to bed?
I mean, Naira and probably going to drag Uther up onto the stage at some point when these two take a break.
Okay.
Well, they said they'd like to hear, so.
Should we give them the classic lines of the ration Croast?
I mean,
They need to see Chad Lorium and Six Pack Wander.
it'll help him make friends.
Oh no. Lorium will just be, I assume, sitting with Wander, like between Wander and Tristan / Argent.
Wander's not gonna sit down. He's gonna actually stay where he is on the map.
Okay.
Fair enough. You'll notice as well, by the way, that Valco seems perfectly content at home, very comfortable in this place, and none of the patrons or Elevar seem to have any kind of surprise at his presence or disconcertion at the fact that there is this massive wolf just posted up by the bar. In fact, as he comes by, he will just like reach down and almost absent-mindedly kind of ruffle his ears as he moves by. And Valko seemed very content to allow that to happen. But okay. Naira and Uther, please go ahead and roll me a performance check. One of you can roll with advantage.
I can always roll with advantage. Do I give him advantage?
Yes, you do.
Nice.
25. Okay.
Nice.
28.
Oh.
God damn. Okay.
As well as, of course, with you know.
Go ahead and roll an extra 1d8.
All right. Come on. Extra D8.
31. At some point, the two musicians do indeed take a break. The pair of you climb up and deliver the rousing retelling of the lines of the Harashan coast. Your audience, though at first seemingly more curious than anything else, quickly becomes enraptured with your performance. All of them like trading looks of surprise and joy at the quality and vision and performance that you produce. Like very quickly, all of them have gathered around the stage. Both of the musicians themselves rising from where they had been taking their break and joining the audience. All of them kind of providing this enraptured group that listen throughout, cheering you every time that there is a pause and encouraging you to encore after encore as the initial tale finishes, wishing to hear more tales of your exploits, more songs, more simple performances of whatever it is that you wish to give them.
By the way, Naira will at some point use the libretto and perform specifically in Sylvan. Whatever songs she can, not using it for spells, but to use it as a performance piece. Special Sylvan gift that she got. So
as you begin this new performance, launching into one of the songs that you have found within the libretto, every single patron sings along in Sylvan. All of them, again, enraptured and pleased, joyful, openly joyful with your performance. And in this way, both of you feel buoyed by the enthusiasm of your audience. Performing on and on long after you would normally expect your voices to be tired and your fingers to start to ache from playing. You just feel buoyed by the enthusiasm and joy that boils
we're about
in
to
this
find
place.
out that we've been here for a year, aren't we?
But time does pass on. The evening draws to full night outside. And eventually, though you're not quite certain where, between the excellent wine, cognac, whiskey, and mead, and the blurring sensation of this repeated performance, pairing off with the different bards as they rejoin you on stage, all of you performing together, being invited to dance with patrons as the time wears on. You're not quite certain when exactly all of you do make your way to the very comfortable rooms on the second floor. Each of you finding a bed of your own and sleeping in and resting for the night. You may all take a long rest, and Uther and Naira specifically, please add, actually, can both of you please roll me 1d10?
Come on. Oh, I like it.
That's gonna be way better than mine. Oh no, it's not.
Oh!
Don't
You may both add 19 temporary hit points.
Whoa.
That will last you the full day. Oh, hang on. Wrong one. There we go. But with this memory of a pleasant evening having been spent and crowding your dreams with pleasant thoughts, each of you sleeps through the night. In the warm, comfortable confines of the Tavern of the Vale. And then awakens the following dawn in a field. The grass beneath you is comfortable as the mattresses that you remember falling asleep on. The air around you is soft, warm, as warm as the rooms that you remember falling asleep in. But all around you, there is a pleasant meadow dotted with flowers and trees. Knee-high grasses stretching out to the forest that surrounds you in every direction. Except for a path that leads a track through the grass, up one side of the valley, and toward a break in the trees. Probably, in fact, certainly too small to admit your wagon, but more than passable on foot.
Damn it, I thought it was gonna happen. Devils, this how this usually goes.
You know, I wish I could say it wasn't. There was a part of me that thought we were in the Fae, but I'm not sure. Already seeing fairy. When there's this much magic in an area, these area things seem to be in this place. Though it could have gone much worse. Gotten very lucky, but I think we're going to find trials ahead.
Go ahead and roll me a history or arcana. Well, actually, let me see if you're actually proficient in anything that would be strictly relevant.
I'm proficient in history.
Okay, go ahead and roll a history check with advantage. Yeah, no, you don't get anything. But Naira, yeah, you may roll, but no advantage.
I'm just trying to work out if I feel like because we passed the test and he decided we were generous and good, did he set us on the right course? What should I roll?
First of all, history based on what Uther said, and then insight based on your question. 25. Based on what he said about potentially being inside the Fae, based on your knowledge of stories regarding the Fae and reading about various adventurers' exploits with them and things like that, you would guess that this place is Fae adjacent, but not Fae itself. You are not in the realm of the summer or the winter courts. You are not specifically within the
We're in the
Feywild.
crossroads.
Oh, more so kind of a pocket that exists between the Prime and the Feywild that is close to the Fey and likely ruled over by its own Fey-esque beings and entities, but not the Fey itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking the crossroads in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, more or less.
Okie doke.
With a 12, hard to say. Everybody did seem very pleased. with your with the way you comported yourselves and with your performance and everything like that. So if you could take him at his word, then yes. But that
Yeah.
if might be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
I believe our fates were sealed when we walked into that tavern and agreed to stay there. We either did right or did wrong, and we're gonna learn. It'll be fun. I'm sure there will be presents. Let's go. No fear.
I'm just over Uther's shoulder. She never learns.
No, she's not until something up and bites her, I think.
Are our horses here?
Oh,
Sunshine?
yes. Sunshine and Umbra are indeed present.
Bruh.
Where is this path exactly?
That away.
That way. Come on, Valco. And she looks over her shoulder and she goes, "You coming? It'll be an adventure. Come on."
So,
Sunshine is going to walk up to Argent, and Lorian will just from the other side of her say, "Just let the boy's body keep resting. Go on and ride."
he just sort of seems very distracted, but sort of nods absent-mindedly and will mount up on Sunshine.
What's the matter?
I just got a lax permission warning.
It was for me. I think it was because he put the token over Sunshine.
Okay,
Ah.
sorry. Please continue.
Goes, I have no memory of this place. This should be home. Would be the Argent realm.
Maybe scenery's changed. The change of ethos. Not on you, but on them. He'll start walking and leading Sunshine with him. Come on,
Okay.
Shield.
Notably staying in the back.
You head up toward the edge of this dense, old forest. The same very lush, very verdant, very buzzing with life atmosphere that you had previously ridden through the day before, quickly closing in around you as you step under the canopy. Bird calls and the buzzing of insects make a background song as the air around you becomes dappled with green leaf-filtered light. It quickly becomes difficult to stay mounted. You could with effort, but low-hanging branches, close thickets, Umbra and Sunshine begin having to squeeze through certain areas. Are you going to continue to bring them with you?
He'd prefer, unless it gets to the point where they're literally scraping between, like, wood.
It gets close a few times. They can kind of force both of them are wearing barding, so the occasional little thicket and whipping branches don't really bother them that much. So they can stay with you, yes.
Okay. Unless anyone else has other ideas.
Nope.
Naira's walking her head with Valco, like, let's go have an adventure. Did Timmy fall down a well? Come on.
Oh no, I thought of my owl.
Lorium, you're the knight. I'm sure you'll figure this out.
No.
As you press deeper into the forest, the trees and the thickets grow closer and closer about you. Everybody please roll me perception checks.
7. See, I always roll first because I always roll the lowest. God damn it. Well.
If someone was going to roll a 4, it's good that it's me.
There are boxes. That's neat.
Valco roll a perception?
Said
Oh,
Naira.
yeah. Where's Valco?
Oh, whoops, let me grab him in, I thought.
I know
This
you
is
have
a
so much to
long
keep
map.
track of. I'm sorry.
Can you wait? Can you guys see boxes?
Yes.
You're not supposed to be
Yeah,
able
we
to
see
see it.
white.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay.
See 2 white boxes on top of sunshine.
1 second then. Can you still see it?
Once
No.
you deleted them, no.
Okay, good.
But we
1
still see
moment then.
these.
Then you
What
see
is
nothing.
those? What
You see
is
nothing.
those?
We're not looking at anything.
Oh, I am.
I could go make myself some tea.
I'm looking right
Uh,
here.
It'll just be 1 minute.
I'm also
Aw, I
looking
wish I
right here,
had
but I'm
tea.
zoomed all the way out.
This is like looking at an old like RPG where you're in like the zoomed out map, like Final Fantasy 7.
Mhm.
Where you have to navigate through the very dense forest, but you can't tell where you clip into.
You
Feels like
should be
looking at
seeing
Battle Weed.
basically like a solid forest canopy, right?
Yep.
Okay, excellent.
Can Tristan roll perception?
True.
1 moment. Sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
having to
you're good, you're good.
fix
You're absolutely
stuff.
fine.
Square.
Is this the moment in the campaign where we all tie a rope to each other?
No, because then if one goes down, we all go down.
Exactly. Pray to God it's not me first.
Pray to God it's not Wander. He's like 500 pounds.
True.
Yeah, you're going nowhere.
Andrew, this is badass.
Thank you.
The fog of war thing. So, like, I can see that there's a river over here, but if I move out of the way and I can't see that river anymore, it looks like trees over the top, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
That's
badass.
scary.
Okay, well, hang on. Stop moving around for a second, guys. Let me just make sure this is all finished.
Said stop, get back in your sandbox.
No, I want to go play on the river.
Oh, is
Well, he's
that what
done.
this is?
Yeah, look. Well, don't look, but
No. I mean, the canopy tree top is the fog of war.
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's what I
That is cool. Okay. I thought we were just on a little patch.
No.
Just gonna finish
But okay, so here we go.
We could go really slow and just like hold hands and use the immovable rod to like ladder our way through the forest. Just like everyone has to grab the rod before moving forward.
Just take both immovable rods and start hauling myself into the air.
Or
So-
no, I'm gonna kill the sun.
all of you are pushing your way through these dense thickets, moving forward deeper and deeper into the forest. The path has very quickly disappeared, and you just find yourself pushing your way through this dense undergrowth. When suddenly Tristan stiffens, and you hear Argent's voice going, They come at my behest. No, no, they are with me. I demand the path be opened. It is my right. It is my realm. I demand it. And he turns and seems to be stepping off the horse. And as he does so, it's as though, as he moves, he steps behind a tree and vanishes. And one by one, each of you begins to hear it. Valko stiffens, head rising, ears alert, twitching, as you hear a voice echoing through the tree trunks around you, seeming to come from every direction at once. Intruders to Narrow Valley. You are not welcome. The path to the Argent Realm is not to be trod by the likes of you. Begone! Begone, we have troubles enough of our own. We have not the time to treat with you.
Naira will sort of step forward just a tiny, tiny bit and say, "What troubles you? Perhaps we can help?"
Your kind does not bring help. Begone, begone!
Forgive me. I do not want to be rude, but... And she gestures to everyone in her group and she says, "My kind here regularly bring help, and we'd be more than happy to offer it to you."
The path is closed. It will not open for you. Go!
Lorm's gonna step around that tree.
Around what tree?
The same tree that Argent disappeared behind.
Oh. You kind of lean around it. There's seems to be just a thicket. It's almost as though you blinked and he stepped out of view and now gone. It's a very strange sensation. You kind of look around the trees around you, kind of peering around them up into the boughs. There's no sign of him anywhere.
Argent's got his body and he just disappeared. Fine, I'll do it. As he will cast thaumaturgy upon himself.
Okay.
We'll shout. The effigy of your order, Argent, has deemed the current order in Perona unworthy. We have come to set things right, to save the life of a boy and restore a fragment to the shield, and hopefully restore honor to your own.
Our honor is not in question, child of the lower realms.
And above the table,
Mm-hmm.
making the assumption, well, he's already said this is Narrow Valley, and Argent has identified this realm as his. Yes?
Yes, in a way, to a degree.
Then Naira takes another step forward and in her biggest and most authoritative voice that poor little Naira has, She says, "We have come in the company of Argent. It is not for you to tell us we are not welcome here. I will proceed." She will start walking forward. And I immediately see some shit.
Immediately.
You step around the corner, or around a tree, and between the trunks ahead of you, see several figures stepping out from the undergrowth. At their fore, a tall, lithe, elegant figure, clad head to toe in ornately colored, intricately inlaid plate armor. On one arm, a shield in the form of a great oak leaf, and in his other hand, a long lance that seems to be hewn from a living branch. There are even like small vines and growths that seem to move and flutter in the breeze that passes between the trunks. Behind him, two other figures, both clad head to toe in armor that it's hard to tell if it's leather, bark, or indeed if it's armor at all, or simply a part of their forms. Both tall, elfin-like figures. From their heads, great branches like antlers sprout, again, in formations that it's hard to tell if they are growths from these figures themselves or some ornate headdress that they wear. In both of their hands are longbows, both drawn fully, arrows at the ready. And the figure at their fore says, "And who are you to tread these lands? Who are you who comes in that splinter's company?"
Well, I'm Lady Nyra, Lady Nyra Lionsbane. It is a pleasure to meet you.
"I am Delenn of Neravali, and I say to you again, the way is shut. The Argent Realm is closed. It cannot be opened, not for thee." "Neravali will not speak with you. Turn back now."
Might I ask why? You say they're shut, but there's no reason given. And
The
you
reason is
seem
not
to
for...
have had our friends slip away. And if our reason is not ours to know, then it seems your reason against our reasons for being here are mismatched. There's no balance to the scale. It seems we must continue forward.
You seek Neravali. You shall suffer the fate of all intruders. The rangers of the forest and the lance of Delenn shall cut thee down. Know this. Even should you find our sanctum, you shall not find the lady.
So you'll treat us as invaders, and we will treat you as kidnappers. Perhaps slavers, then.
Who is the lady?
The Lady Neravali. She who is this place. She who is master and lord. She who is queen of all the Vale. She has more to deal with than the likes of you, and I shall keep you from her. Know this. I am the master of these woods. None may trespass in them, but they face me. I give thee this one last chance. Turn back, give up this quest. You have
What if
been
we could?
warned.
What if we
You were
could
there.
prove our deed was righteous?
Righteous or not, the way is closed. It is not for thee, it is not to be trod. Go now. I give thee this last warning.
Your
And he
fragment
turns.
holds the body of a boy captive. I'm not turning around. And he's just going to step forward.
The lady shall deal with him, as she shall deal with you if you dare to find our sanctum, if you dare to tread the sacred grove.
Naira giggles a little bit, covering her mouth and sort of going, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
Wanda will call out as she does that and say, "She will harm him."
He shall pass judgment, as she passes judgment on all.
Understood.
This
Thank you
place is
for
not
your
for you.
warning. On
The
guard.
lady rules here, and I am her knight and master of this place. If thou trespass, thou shalt face me. Know this for certain. I tell thee
Beams.
once more, be gone. And then he steps from view.
Lorem just turns to the rest of you and just says, I'm not leaving that little dumbass.
Don't
I mean,
kill them.
obviously. Which of us do you think will be leaving that little dumbass, Lorian?
Pick up my horse. Hopefully none of y'all.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, scout ahead. She says, disappearing.
Iris slips into the shadows of the forest.
I'll keep an eye out for the other fucking assholes.
I can't go that way. I can't go that way. Ooh.
Oh, she
Naira,
disappeared!
you step forward, moving your way around a tree trunk, and suddenly find yourself disoriented. You turn, moving or stepping around another tree trunk, and find yourself staring at Umbra.
Did I figure out what happened with an 18?
An 18. You do know that Fey realms are notorious for not precisely obeying the laws of physics, and for disorienting and redirecting those who are not necessarily intended to tread the paths. It is possible, it may be possible to find your way through, but without a doubt, this place, this forest, will be working against you to try and what you would know that what seem to be open paths may turn out to be just winding passages that lead you back to where you came, no matter how open and plain the way may look. And that essentially the geometry of the place may be strange.
Question. Well,
Yo.
Nara will basically say, "Oh, okay, this is trying to turn us around." Um, First thing that I'm going to try and do is, because now I know where that, or at least I think I know where that is going to send me. Can I try jumping over that place and see, or do I think that going just through this whole area in general?
It's more likely to be, going through the area in general. It's not like a teleportation. It's a form of disorientation where, you think you are going this way, but actually the world is twisting back, and you step out of a different place than you stepped into.
But do you make that known to the group?
Yes. No, I don't hide knowledge.
I'll walk into the water then.
Give me a Constitution saving throw, please, and
Yay!
a Strength saving throw.
17. And
17.
23.
23. Okay. As you step in, you realize that this stream, though it seemed very, quite shallow and gentle, is in fact icy cold and very powerful, almost dragging you off your feet. But you are able to stand firm, and though the chill seeps into your legs, you do not take any damage as you begin to stomp your way through.
Alright, so this place is cold as shit and it's hard as fuck to get through, so be careful, yeah?
You step forward again, and where you put your foot on what you thought was solid shingles suddenly gives way, collapsing beneath you. You feel yourself pitched over a waterfall, steeling yourself with your resolve with a Constitution save that you rolled. You do not take in any of the water as you feel yourself splashing down into a pool. Looking up, you look around. A waterfall cascades down behind you. You are surrounded by trees, and you cannot see your friends.
The waterfall.
As soon as he disappears into the earpiece, Nara will be like, Lorium, you alright?
Yeah, I'm alright. Oh, hello, little feller. As he looks to his left.
You step out, and a ranger who seemed to be staring off into the trees as you kind of step out of the water slopping off you. He turns, eyes widening, and he snarls, goes, "What?" Oh, raises his bow and takes a shot.
Do we hear any of that?
I heard hello, or we all heard hello.
Wait,
Yeah,
what? It just...
Ah! You just threw a bow at me!
What the fuckery doodah?
Oh, I
Okay,
see
so
Saw Valko.
Okay, well, we can
I'm
get over
over
there.
here.
Okay, I couldn't get over there crossing here, but and then Naira's going to activate her ring of jumping.
arg, just... Oh, it's not
Oh.
letting me roll the freaking
Don't
attack.
go in the water!
Wait 1 second, guys.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, we're waiting.
I'm about to do something
There
real
we go.
awkward. Yeah.
And it's not rolling the attack. What the hell, Foundry? Okay, we're gonna have to do it.
Yo, reliable?
Well, 1 second. Let me see if I can just turn off this module.
You're fine.
Okay. Save and close. Let's move him back down to here. Let's try this one more time. Nope. So yeah.
When we had trouble in the Sunday game, what we just refreshed Foundry and it solved the problem.
Okay, so was that a me refresh or you guys refresh? So do I have to log out and log back in?
When I had difficulty, I had I've running Foundry as the DM. I think I had to very quickly shut it down and shut it back, and bring it back up again. I had to do
Yeah.
basically a refresh.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to log out and log back in and see if that fixes it. So 2 seconds, guys.
No problem. I am gonna have to do something real awkward to you though, because I'm gonna have to step away for a bit.
No worries.
I'll have my phone on me. I just need to go pick up some food, and then later I'm gonna be having to pick up May, but I'll still be on my phone, so that'll be fun.
Okie dokie. So let's try this one more time. Aha!
Aha! That hits.
But 25. Okay. Oof, for 11 points of damage as he looses this arrow. Says, Intruder, how did you get this far into the Vale?
I walk through the water. And then, unless I'm in a turn order, he'll start
As
walking
you
toward me.
approach, he backs away.
But he'll say, "No, that fucking stung, but I don't want to hurt you. We're just here to save a life. That is it. We're not trying to attack your lady or any of that nonsense."
You shall lose your life if you trespass any further. I swear it.
Now I
Can we
say
hear
this for
this
both.
conversation? Like, can we see
You can
this?
hear you can hear echoes of it coming through the trees. Yes.
Now I say this for both of us. Please do not attack me again. He will.
Lorium, wait,
Yeah.
because I can see him, right? Like, if I can see him on the thing, I
See?
should be able to see him, right?
1 second. And as you turn away, he looses another arrow. Ooh, and hits again.
That time he sees the fire of hellish rebuke start to flicker into existence.
Ooh, for 13.
We're all checking his health.
And are you casting Hellish Rebuke?
No, he would see like the flames start to flicker into night, and then Lauren would say, "I really don't want to cause a fire in your forest." But then he would rush at him. No!
As I was
And
trying to
as
say,
you rush forward, sorry, go on.
No, it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just hang on to this thought.
As you rush forward, he seems to step back behind a tree, and as you rush around the tree after him, you find yourself stepping out among your friends.
Now, this place is real fucking interesting.
You hear
This way brings me back here. Ha! You know, I don't have to get near you to hit you.
Naira, what were you saying?
It's funny. I don't even remember at this point. So no worries. Wasn't important.
Just like how you're letting the idiot walk around. Deep, deep. Oh, hey, you can skirt the water's edge. It doesn't seem to do the funny shit. Boop. Boop. Damn it! That's in character.
As yeah, you all see Lorium disappear around the corner and then walk up from behind you again.
And I just run. Is everyone else going to try to help me here? Or am I just on my own here?
You'll find the right path eventually. If we see another one attack him, I'll do a thing.
You get to there and pause for a second. The rest of you do see him. There are trunks and thickets of trees between the two of you, but you can now see him walking out deeper into the Vale. You do feel like you've got a direct shot toward him.
Feel like we've got a direct shot, eh?
Except stepping into this square.
Now here's
teleports.
where it becomes funny because I really need to pick up something before
Well,
they close.
You're good.
So I'm gonna do a call. Somebody else can follow that track I just did.
Well, as I was saying, you guys can actually see Lorium from where you are. So if you were to walk toward him, you have a point to aim for rather than just like the forest that surrounds you.
And he went.
And with the
toward.
imposing frame of your friend giving you a place to walk toward, there is not that strange sense of disorientation now as you walk deeper into Neravale. But yeah, Lorium, if you need to step away, that's cool. We can possibly. I mean, if you guys would prefer, we can actually just leave it here for tonight. And now that you have made your entrance to Neravale and begun to decode the mysteries of this place, and resume next week, it will be no problem to bring Nick back in. Or again, we can also keep going, and Lorium can just kind of be autopiloted. I'm good either way.
Well, how long do you think you'll be, Lorium?
I'm fine with being autopilot. I just need to go pick up some food, and then later, in about 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Hachi. I'll be picking up some. I'll be picking up Meg.
You'll be picking up
It
some
sounds
nay.
like we should probably just call it here for the night because you've got a lot of things that are on your plate. Am I wrong?
I mean, I can still talk.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
but I don't think you're going to be able to navigate
mean-
a phone or navigate a maze.
And also, spoilers, there's more than just trees in this forest. So, yeah, why don't we leave it there for tonight? Welcome, one and all, to Neravale and the mysteries that surround this place. We will reconvene next week, where we shall see if you are able to venture deep enough into into Neravale to uncover some more of its mysteries and potentially confront Delenn as he introduced himself.
We're gonna hurt that guy. Like, it's gonna be bad. You think Weaver was bad? This is gonna be bad.